It is 5:33, calling the Palmdale Aerospace Academy Board meeting to order on June 9th. We will do roll call.
Farad Tashkawat, Cheryl Garner, Vicky Lee,
Here.
Dennis Trujillo,
Here.
Ellen McIsaac, Justin Knowles,
Here.
Nardi Lopez.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, we could do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Diligent.
Please stand. Put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Cheryl Garner just walked in.
And Ellen did say she might join a few minutes late.
Okay.
So we're moving on to public comment for non-agendized items. We do have a lot of speakers on our agenda. It does state that that each section is allowed 20 minutes total. I want to be mindful of everyone, and I know that this is a public meeting for the business of the board. I don't want to exclude anyone. I'm going to ask that the comments are kept to the time allotted for each individual person. If we do get more, because I believe some other people are filling it out, we can look at if it's regarding the same subject matter for several individuals. We can have one representative from that group speak on that behalf, but we will proceed and see how we go with the time, okay? First one is Madison Dennison.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm speaking up tonight to help address a critical systemic issue: the forced removal of staff speaking up about non-compliant practices and the false narrative being presented to this board. I have watched previous meetings, and the information presented by Mrs. Lynch and Mrs. McLaren regarding student behavior is flatly false. The reality is chaotic. Students are consistently out of class, using vulgar language and profanity towards staff, and fighting inside of classrooms, only to be sent right back to the same rooms without consequences or solutions. Furthermore, not all suspensions are being documented, which is a legal requirement. Staff feel completely unsupported, and this crisis is a direct result of leadership's explicit instructions to downplay these issues. My experience proves this toxic culture of denial is enforced. This past January, I reached out to the Academy leadership, specifically Mrs. Lynch, Mr. Schatz, and Mr. Riley. After a full semester of trying to resolve these lack of documentation issues through the proper channels, the breaking point came when I had to conduct an assessment for a student with severe, well-known behaviors, only to find out almost no data was available to support them. When you exhaust internal procedures and nothing changes, ethical obligations requires escalation. I expected a solution. Instead, I was met with retaliation. Mrs. Lynch instructed me to simply retry the exact same internal path that had already failed. I was then brought into HR under the guise of not following proper procedures. In a subsequent private meeting, Mrs. Lynch told me that I was ruining the culture of her school. That single, isolated interaction was the only contact I had with her for the entire school year. Yet, it was enough for her to issue an ultimatum to my supervisor. Either I was to be released or my boss would lose her job. When a culture of fear is weaponized to silence educators, our students are ultimately the ones who suffer. This is not leadership. This is protection of an agenda at the expense of student safety and staff well-being. Accurate documentation is a legal requirement. Demanding the termination of an employee for exposing compliance and safety failures is a profound abuse of power. I urge this board to look critically at past presentations, look closely at the high turnover rate under this administration, and launch an independent investigation into these retaliatory practices. Thank you.
Nellie Keys?
Good evening.
Good evening, board members. I wanted to begin by thanking you all for being a passionate and caring board, and always asking the tough questions and getting to the bottom of the pressing issues. We appreciate everything you do for our school and for our students. I am here tonight to speak on several issues. I do apologize. First of all, first, several of our committed and hardworking employees have been terminated because their work visa has expired. The government is very behind on renewing work permits. Many of our employees were given 30 days or less to get paperwork reapproved. However, this is out of their control. I am asking the board to please not terminate these employees. Please give them more time. Secondly, I am here to speak to ask the board not to cut needed services for our 11th and 12th grade students who currently have an IEP. We are reducing co-taught classes to only one ELA class in 11th grade and no co-taught classes in 12th grade. These are vital services that support our students and give them the resources that they need to succeed. Please keep the co-taught classes in ELA and math in place for all grade levels. Finally, I would like to speak on behalf of Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas. When I heard that Dr. Sullivan was up for termination, I was shocked. When I learned that Mrs. Salinas was up for termination, I was appalled. Both Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas have led TPAA with integrity, honesty, and fairness. They are both highly committed to the success of this academy. I cannot imagine TPAA without either of these amazing and strong administrators. I apologize for crying, but I am saddened and shocked at the news. In addition, a few months ago, we lost Mrs. Marquez. 3 of our 4 administrators have been terminated. This is absolute madness. It is shocking. I, as well as the entire staff, am left in disbelief. Truly disbelief. The students, parents, and staff hold Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas in the highest regard. They have been nothing but supportive and have led by example, a good one at that. Please do not terminate Dr. Sullivan. Please do not terminate Mrs. Salinas. I am trusting that you as our board will ask the tough questions and do the right thing. Thank you.
David Lujan?
Good evening, board. This is a little bit weird to be on this side of the podium, but good evening, board. I'm here tonight to voice my strongest support for Dr. Sullivan, Ms. Salinas, as both as a parent and former Palmdale Aerospace board president. You're gonna hear tonight how amazing these administrators are, how they challenge their staff, how they challenge the students, and how just hands down amazing they are. This Palmdale Aerospace as a whole is a jewel. Like, I personally care for it. Everyone here cares about the academy, but these 2 administrators care and love the academy. I've seen them both here way after working hours, mentoring students, walking with students, working with staff. Like, these guys, hands down, are jewels in themselves. Like, there's no one else better than them. Don't make that mistake. Don't make that mistake tonight to let them go. one thing that I love about both of them is that they make their students feel seen, right? They challenge their students academically, they challenge their staff and everybody, right? But the one thing that sets Palmdale Aerospace Academy from any other school is that people like Dr. Sullivan and Ms. Salinas is that they make their students feel seen, they make them feel heard, they advocate for them, they're there for them, their students entrust them, parents entrust them. I, as a parent, trust that Dr. Sullivan and Ms. Salinas will do the best for my son, right? That portion about being seen, Ms. Garner, Vicki, Justin, Dennis, and Marty, everybody on the other side, you guys wouldn't be where you guys are at if you guys didn't have somebody who supports you, who's there for you, who advocated for you, who believed in you when you didn't believe in yourself, who was there for you at your lowest moments. And Dr. Sullivan and Ms. Salinas are those people. Don't make that mistake and let them go. Don't let Palmdale Aerospace be just another school. I love this school, just as you guys love this school, and they need to be here. As a parent and former board president, thank you.
Nydia Sanchez?
Good evening. My name is Nydia Sanchez. I am a community member and former TPAA program specialist. When I accepted my position, I believe my experience as a school psychologist and my connection to the Antelope Valley would allow me to meaningfully support both staff and students. TPA appeared to be a place of opportunity, and I was excited to contribute and continue growing professionally. However, I quickly discovered that behind the image of excellence and collaboration were significant challenges. While I expected the transition into administration to be difficult, I was not prepared for the level of dysfunction I encountered. One of the most troubling issues was the leadership culture. I witnessed behavior that I believed was intimidating and harmful to employees. Thankfully, Ms. Peralta eventually left and a new Human Resources Director was hired. I hoped the position would be filled by someone willing to listen objectively and act without bias or ulterior motives. I was mistaken. Ms. Lynch proved to be cut from the same cloth. Over the years, I have observed a reoccurring pattern in the Antelope Valley. Leaders come into our community, collect a paycheck, and leave, often without any meaningful investments in the people they serve. As a result, decisions are sometimes made by individuals with little connection to this community, its families, or its students. The moment I knew I could no longer remain in my position came shortly after Ms. Lynch became superintendent. Following the removal of several highly qualified individuals, a consultant was introduced to special education staff to promote a model of full inclusion. While inclusion can be beneficial when properly implemented, I had previously seen similar changes used primarily as cost-cutting measures that reduce supports without providing the training, resources, supervision, or accountability necessary for student success. Because of TPAA's history with special education compliance, I raised my concerns with my supervisor and sought guidance from our legal team. I was then directed by Ms. Lynch not to communicate with the attorney anymore. Shortly afterward, I experienced what I viewed as the beginning of efforts to push me out of my role. TPAA employs many talented and dedicated professionals. Unfortunately, many are afraid to voice concerns because they fear retaliation. No educator should be intimidated for advocating for students. No employee should be made to doubt their expertise simply because someone with a higher title disagrees with them. The idea that this is simply the way things must be is a lie. There are leaders who listen, respect professional expertise, and put students first. There are leaders who do not govern through intimidation, fear, or threats, and whose personal insecurities do not dictate how they treat their employees. Finally, I urge the board to listen to its most dedicated employees and address the constant turnover that has become normalized. Stop allowing individuals with little investment in this community to drive away highly qualified professionals like Sullivan and like Salinas. I have like 2 seconds. Most importantly, make decisions that protect and expand opportunities for the children of the Antelope Valley. Thank you for your time.
Angela Reyes.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jella Reyes. I'm a current employee at TPAA. I stand before you today not only for myself but for other long-term employees who are afraid to speak up due to fear of retaliation, being overlooked, or being labeled difficult for asking fair questions and raising concern. I am respectfully asking this board to review a recent full-time campus security hiring process because this issue goes beyond disappointment. It raises serious concern regarding fairness, transparency, employee trust, and whether academy procedure and contract obligation were followed appropriately. My understanding was that there was only one full-time campus security position was posted. However, 2 employees were hired, including one outside candidate and another employee with only one short period of employment here. Meanwhile, several long-term campus security with direct experience, proven performance, campus knowledge, and years of dedication service to TPA were not selected. What is also concerning is there's another outside candidate who had experience working with our student, knew our campus environment, was not considered under the Article 13 of the Classified Bargaining Agreement. Bargaining unit members are to be considered before outside applicants. While I understand that this is not guaranteed selection, employees deserve transparency regarding how decisions were made. I also want to respectfully address concern regarding possible favoritism or nepotism where conceptions or reality concerns like this damage employees' trust, morale, confidence in leadership with not addressing honestly and clearly. Therefore, I respectfully ask this board to review whether the hiring process followed academy's policy and union contract requirement, why a second full-time position was filled without additional posting or transparency, whether internal employees receive proper consideration based on experience or service, whether employee can safely raise concern without fear or of retaliation. I am not here to create conflicts, but I am here because employees deserve fairness. Students deserve experienced staff, and this academy deserves process that builds trust within our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Angela Quevedo.
Good evening, board members. My name is Angela Quevedo. I am here tonight because I believe employees should be able to ask questions, seek transparency, and do their jobs without fear of retaliation. I questioned backup documentation regarding reimbursements, credit card charges, conferences, per diem, and travel policies. I asked these questions because accountability and proper financial oversight matter. As employees and public servants, we all have a responsibility to ensure that district funds are handled appropriately and transparently. However, after asking these questions, the environment around me changed dramatically. What should have been a professional conversation became hostility, intimidation, retaliation, and I began experiencing treatment that made me feel targeted, simply for doing what I believe was the right thing. Instead of encouraging transparency and open communication, the response created fear and tension. A healthy workplace should allow employees to ask questions without being punished, isolated, or made feel unsafe. When employees are afraid to speak up, morale suffers, trust disappears, and the culture becomes toxic. This is bigger than just me. This is about the message being sent to every employee in this district. If asking for accountability results in retaliation, then people will stop speaking up altogether. That is dangerous for any organization, especially one responsible for serving students, families, and the community. I am asking this board to take concerns about retaliation and hostile work environments seriously. Leadership should model professionalism, transparency, and integrity, not intimidation. I believe in this district. I believe employees deserve to work in an environment where questions are welcome and not punished. Leadership has become a liability to TPAA because whenever something is not done exactly their way, The response is retaliation and intimidation rather than professionalism and collaboration. And I just want to say, like, I know that I've been targeted because I've asked questions, because I want to do my job right, because I'm never going to compromise my moral compass for somebody else. I'm never going to do that. I work with integrity. I always over-deliver, and you could ask any of my previous supervisors, any job I've had previously, because I honor my work. What I put my name on has to be the best, because I can't say this is Angela's job because that's the glory to God. I glorify Him, and my job speaks for itself. And I've been retaliated because I ask questions, because I care about TPAA, because I'm a parent as well. I'm not just here because of an employee, but I'm also a parent. So everything that is done in this academy benefits my child as well. And as a parent, that's a passion. You want your children to be in the best environment. Thank you for your time, and if you guys have any other questions, please reach out to me. I can provide more facts.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ingrid Salinas. I am proudly served PTA for more than 10 years. Through my career in education, I have dedicated myself for supporting our students, families, teachers, and school leaders. I never imagined I would stand before you today sharing an experience like this. This year, I experienced a situation that made me feel discriminated against because of my accent and the way I speak English. On March 9th, Ms. Lynch told me I sound like Sofia Vergara and imitate the way I speak in front of Mr. Riley, Gary, and Dr. Sullivan during a meeting. On March 20, she imitates Sofia Vergara while speaking to me on the phone about work matters. One of our teachers, Ms. Medina, witnessed the impact this had on me during her evaluation meeting. These moments may seem minor to some people, but to me, they were painful and humiliating. And at that time, I did not report this incident to HR because I feared for my job and have concerns about retaliation against employees who spoke up. On May 2nd, another incident led me to file a discrimination complaint with HR. I have learned 2 weeks early that Ms. McClure had directed Ms. Manuelos to send me to speak with a parent and state, tell Salinas to speak her best English. This incident occurred on September 11th. On June 4th, I was called regarding my HR complaint. Rather than feeling support after raising my concerns, I feel that responsibility was placed on me for not addressing the issue directly with Ms. McClure. To this day, I have not received any outcome of the investigation. On June 8th, I was called into HR and informed that my contract will not be renewed, despite Ms. Lynch have told me 3 months ago that I will be working as a middle school assistant principal for the next school year. This change, after raising concerns and advocating for myself, have been deeply difficult to understand. I want to be clear. I am proud to be bilingual. English is my second language, and I have spent my entire career using both languages to support our families. I'm speaking today because I believe employees should be able to raise concerns respectfully without fear, and because no educator should feel diminished for how they speak. I have worked very hard to support our students, families, staff, and Dr. Sullivan. I am proud of the work we have done. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Julia Banuelos.
Hello, board members. My name is Julia Banuelos, and I am the administrative assistant to our high school principal, Dr. Sullivan, and our high school assistant principal, Mrs. Salinas. Beyond my role at the academy, I am also the mother of 2 wonderful boys who attend the school and depend on me. For that reason, I have often chosen not to speak publicly, but the challenges and stresses administrative assistants face
on a daily basis. However, today I feel compelled to stand up for what I believe is right. As a parent of 2 students and as someone who has been a part of the academy since 2018, I was shocked by the recent decision affecting our school's leadership. Last week, Dr. Sullivan was asked to resign or face termination. This week, Mrs. Salinas was informed of her termination. These decisions have left many staff members, parents, and community members concerned and searching for answers. Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas are leaders who consistently go above and beyond for their students. They work tirelessly to support student success. They oversee testing, manage schedules, help ensure student safety, and always strive to make decisions that are in the best interest of the students. Their dedication extends beyond the students. They support their staff, listen to their concerns, and work to find solutions to their challenges. They lead with professionalism, compassion, and integrity. As administrative assistant who supports both of them, I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the countless hours of work, commitment, and care they have devoted to the school. Much of their work happens behind the scenes, but its impact is felt throughout the whole campus. Nardi, you stated that Dr. Sullivan has a heart for teaching. I would add that both Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas also have hearts for the school, its students, and its staff. Their commitment to this community is evident in everything they do. What is difficult for many of us to understand is why leaders who have demonstrated dedication and care are no longer being given the opportunity to continue serving the school. From where many of us stand, there has been no clear explanation for these decisions, despite the positive impact both of them have on our school. As members of the board, I ask that you consider the concerns being raised by staff, parents, and community members. The leadership of Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas has made a meaningful difference in the lives of our students, and the impact deserves thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I want to start by saying that I hesitated for a long time before speaking tonight. For months I stayed silent because I was afraid. I was afraid of retaliation. I was afraid of the consequences that come from speaking openly. But at the last board meeting, Nardi, you reminded many of us that our voices matter. For the first time in a long time, I felt like we finally had a voice. Because of that, I found the courage to stand here today. As I prayed about whether I should speak, I kept coming back to one thought. Fear does not come from God. God did not give us the spirit of fear. He gave me the courage to stand here tonight and speak from the heart. I sincerely love this school. Before I was an employee, I was a parent. 7 years ago, I remember praying that my son would get a seat in this academy. I believed in what this school stood for during his time here. He had the privilege of learning from incredible educators, many of them are still here today and are now my colleagues. Looking back, I understand why he spoke so highly of them. I now have been with the academy for almost 4 years. During that time, I've had the privilege of working alongside knowledgeable administrators who taught me so much and helped me grow professionally. That is why it hurts me so much to watch administrators leave year after year, often suddenly, with little explanation and without warning. A few days ago, I learned that Dr. Sullivan was being terminated. I was shocked. I had watched Dr. Sullivan grow from an assistant principal into a principal. He is one of the reasons many teachers choose to work with the high school instead of middle school. I know because I am one of them. When I was hired as a special ed teacher, I had the choice between middle school and high school. I chose high school without hesitation because I believed that the leadership there was strong, stable, supporting, and caring. Then yesterday I learned that Mrs. Salinas was terminated. You can only imagine the impact that the news had on many of us. It left me speechless. Mrs. Salinas has been an asset to this academy for many years. She has dedicated more years to this school than many of us in this room. She started as a counselor and worked her way up as an administrator. She taught me that it's never too late to continue your education and pursue your goals. As a Mexican American and someone who learned English as a second language, she represented something powerful to many of us. She showed us que sí se puede. She showed us She showed us what perseverance, hard work, and leadership look like. I genuinely believe it is wrong to let either of these leaders go. This decision will hurt the academy in ways that cannot be measured on a spreadsheet. When I was hired in 2022, people often talked about the academy's good old days. I dreamed of experiencing those days myself. I wanted to be part of the school that empowered disadvantaged students, helped them break barriers, and gave them the tools and opportunities to pursue higher education and successful futures. But the longer I have been here, the more the vision seems to fade. Instead, I see a pattern that concerns many of us. I see hardworking, honest people being pushed out. I see dedicated staff carrying heavier and heavier workloads while positions remain vacant or support decreases. I see employees who pour their hearts into the school feeling discouraged, unheard, and uncertain about their future. I see a growing perception that advancement is not always based on merit, dedication, or service, but on convenience and close relationship with those in power. Many of us trying to build our careers the right way. We show up, we work hard, we put our hearts into serving students every single day. That is why I'm here tonight, because Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Salinas represent that kind of leadership many of us believe in. Leadership that serves, leadership that listens, leadership that leads with integrity, and most importantly, leadership that leads with heart. Tonight, I ask the board truly to reflect on what kind of culture we are creating and what message we are sending when leaders are being dedicated, that who have dedicated years of service, build trust with staff, and positively impact students can disappear so suddenly, because schools are not built by buildings, they are built by people. And when we lose good people, we lose pieces of what made this academy special in the first place.
Good evening, board members and colleagues. My name is Amberika Jacob. I am now the only current school psychologist at the secondary campus. I've worked with Dr. Sullivan, Ms. Salinas, and Ms. Marquez for the entirety of my time here in all manners of situations, and can say that they have earned my respect and admiration for how dedicated they are to implementing and maintaining best practices for a student-centered culture. I was excited to be part of a team that worked efficiently together, and I still have that hope. However, recent events leading up to now have drastically called that into question. Good, hardworking people are being let go without cause. People who have been working hand in hand to raise this school to the level of greatness that the students deserve. Under the leadership of Dr. Sullivan as principal, we have seen our students blossom in academic interest. They are excited to learn and participate in events that help them grow as scholars and as individuals. They no longer scoff at the idea that educators, in addition to their teachers, genuinely care about their success and achievements. Constant, unjustified non-renewals have been brought down on faculty members who go above and beyond the call of duty, and it's devastatingly problematic for our institution. Getting rid of staff members who have had stellar evaluations, put in more than 110%, while higher-ups do not fully understand the ramifications of these firings on our school culture. We are already in an educator deficit. It just seems counterproductive to me. In the time I've been here, there has been reason for me to feel unsteady, unsupported, unheard in my role, not because of my work, but largely due to the significant fact that my direct counterpart has been consistently let go and replaced over and over again for no discernible reason. With the work of those former colleagues, Ms. Ivana Lopez and Ms. Madison Dennison, being more than satisfactory in all documentation and interactions. Turnover here is so high because there are no justifiable reasons for employees being let go, but it's happening anyways at an alarming rate. Others are having their ethics directly and indirectly challenged here. I ask again for transparency and the detailed and documented reasoning behind these non-renewals, because it's definitely not being decided based on student need or best interest. I have great rapport with administration, students, families, and coworkers here. It's never been remarked otherwise. It's my job as a psychologist to be an advocate for those who can't or don't know any better, to speak for themselves and support ethical practices. I have excelled in my position here. I am proud of my work in an often overlooked and thankless role that happens to be vital to special education and the way compliance is held and handled here, which has historically been an area of great concern. I am terrified to lose the job that I've earned here with a great team due to the fact that essential and effective people are being forced out without cause. To say this school is worse off without Dr. Sullivan or Ms. Salinas would be a gross understatement. He is the active liaison we need to continue supporting our students with the most opportunities possible. With some of the remaining administrators, it makes me vastly uncomfortable to continue working here due to the interactions with both staff and students that I've witnessed on campus. Thank you very much.
Shawneen Staley?
This is not a place I like to be, so just to let you know ahead of time. I was never gonna stand up in front of everybody. All right. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to address the board and the audience this evening. My name is Shawneen Staley, and I am retiring this year after teaching biology, AP biology, and ecology at TPAA for 7 years, and Pete Knight High School for 2 years before that. In lieu of an exit interview, I thought I might share with the board my experience, the experience of my tenure here. I started as a substitute in 2017. Right away, I felt the difference between here and Pete Knight. The staff welcomed me as a long-lost friend, and the classes had a lightness to them that I could feel, and a lightness to them I had never encountered before in any of my student teaching or at Pete Knight. Everyone, administrators, teachers, and students were aligned towards the same goal. I'm sorry. Of course, there were students who veered off, but the majority made being here an amazing experience. When I was hired, my teacher friends from other schools were actually jealous. Little did any of us know that that fall, the fall of 2019, would begin the destruction of the TPAA reputation for excellence. Fall of 2019 and the email freeze left us teachers in the dark. Actions without explanations lead to suspicion and distrust. I know that the current admin and not all of this board were part of that event, but I would hope that all of us are intelligent enough to learn from others' mistakes. The email fiasco led to the letting go of most of the admin and staff that many of us knew and had depended on for backup. Most often these individuals were disappeared without explanation, leading to rumors and speculation. Again, circumstances that do not foster trust or confidence in the workplace. And so began our revolving door, which is apparently continuing, of principals, assistant principals, superintendents, and specialists brought in to facilitate, micromanage, the teachers' jobs. All along, we teachers have been told our voices are being heard. We've been asked for recommendations and have even been asked to participate in committees formed to advise admin or other departments on best, speaking from the science department, science education policies. In the meantime, things don't change. Our recommendations are ignored, and more requirements, sorry about that, requirements are put upon us without any extra time, extra pay, or extra help offered. Should we ask for any of the above, we are disrespected, blamed, patronized, or just ignored. None of which helps us to do the jobs you are so adamantly claiming is important and crucial and invaluable. This attitude covers all aspects of our jobs, including discipline in and out of the classroom.
Time is up. Because we have a lot of speakers today, so I want to be mindful of everyone's time.
I am almost done, if that's okay. Looking at a 22 yearbook, there were 85 teachers listed among the staff. Of those, 24 are still here, less than 30%. After 7 years, I am frustrated and disappointed. My desire to reach students and prepare them for the future remains, but my belief that this school is capable of doing that is severely shaken. I cannot, in good conscience, recommend this school to either teachers I know or parents seeking the best experience for their students. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last of the non-agendized comments for those items. We do have numerous for the agendized items. So with the board's consensus, Ellen, actually, let me verify. Ellen, are you on now? Okay, so we'll note that she is here. I am going to reduce the time for the speakers for these items to 2 minutes. And that is to allow, because if not, we will be here and the board still has the rest of the agenda to do and the business to do. So, and I'm also going to ask, I understand, please, I kindly request that we hold the applause, just so that we can continue to the next person. I know that this is passionate for some. The board is here to hear what is said, but if we can do that, we can continue doing business, okay? The next speaker is Matt Madrid, and these are for items on the agenda. So please, when you come up, please state your agenda item, your name and your agenda item that you are speaking on.
Good evening, I'm Matt Madrid. I'm speaking on agenda item J for personnel.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Mr. Madrid. I'm the STEM department chair. I'm on the Guidance Coalition. I was on the SLT before that. I am a prime stakeholder in this school. How could I possibly not have known that we were going to fire our principal and our vice principal? Who was consulted? How were the stakeholders involved in any of this? How could this just be done from the top down with no input from students, no input from parents, no consultation from the staff who actually do the work here? How could you just rip the rug out from under us like this? I feel like a dad in a 1990s sitcom. I'm not even mad, I'm just disappointed. We have gone through over a dozen administrators since 2020. Over a dozen. Dr. Sullivan's a saint. You are going to have students come in here and speak positively about how much they love and respect their high school principal. I defy you to look me in the face and tell me of any time you have ever heard a teenager have nice things to say about a high school principal. He has been there for all of us. He's a voice of consistency. He's a voice of compassion, a voice of compassion. And we depend on that consistency to meet the needs of our students. And to tell you how one-sided this decision has been, I, a 10-year employee of this school, I did not know that you were trying to fire Miss Salinas until I found out in the parking lot as I walked in to talk to you today. How is this okay? How could you let this happen?
Thank you. Sandy.
Hey, I am Sandy Wenger, speaking on agenda item J, personnel. Good evening, board. I am Sandy Wenger, math teacher and the math department chair at the Palmdale Aerospace Academy. I am here to speak to you about keeping Dr. Sullivan as a high school principal. Dr. Sullivan has done some wonderful things in his 4 years at TPAA. One thing I want to emphasize is the consistency in supporting students, teachers, and staff. Some programs that he has kept alive here or has brought to TPAA include every 15 minutes, PBIS, National Honor Society, overseeing ASB, yearbook, link crew, and the list can go on and on. Not to mention his support with Science Olympiad, robotics, and athletics. Dr. Sullivan has also brought back academic supports for students in the last school year. He has supported the math department tremendously with his CASP math test prep bootcamp and after-school academic intervention for all subject areas. Even though there are some sudden last-minute changes to the testing schedule, we were agile and adaptable, critical thinkers and problem solvers, and had open lines of communication in finding a solution in the final hours. These are the 21st century skills we teach our students every day, and we pride ourselves on knowing that the students leave us with these skills. Dr. Sullivan is practicing what we teach our students. Everyone is consistently looking for a, quote, good leader. What makes a good leader? Dr. Sullivan knows his strengths and weaknesses, and knowing your weaknesses is as important as knowing your strengths. He knows what tools he needs to bring to fulfill his duties as principal, and he surrounds himself with teachers and staff that help him grow as a principal and professional. He has an open door policy and always makes time for his staff and the students he leads. He consistently.
Cindy Carver?
I'm Cindy Carver. I'm just speaking as myself, the English department lead and a teacher here, and this is for item C3, which is the monthly personnel report. I am speaking on behalf of employees who have done everything they are required to do legally regarding their immigration status in advance, and because of the very long delays at the federal level, the Academy is moving to release them. I believe that releasing these hardworking and valuable employees is wrong. They are already suffering financial hardship since they cannot work or draw any kind of assistance that they pay into while they wait for the federal government to work on paperwork. The Academy does need to develop a fair policy about this situation, but for now, there must be something the board can do to extend human kindness and mercy to these valuable employees who are in this situation through no fault of their own. I am asking that the board consider extending their leaves. As far as I know, this is the first time this federal problem has found itself on our doorstep, and I would like to think that the board would be willing to show our students how to be good humans when it is difficult to do so.
Jean Hernandez? Can we, if we know who is in that room that is on this, can we ask them to be out here so that way they, or here in this room, so that we can call on them, we don't have to go get them? If they filled out a speaker card, to please come into the room.
I'm here for Dr. Sullivan. I don't know the case number, I don't have it. Good evening. My name is Gene Hernandez. I'm a father, a Marine veteran, and a proud member of this community. I have had 3 sons come through this district, and 2 of them through the Palmdale Aerospace Academy tonight. I want to talk about someone who has made a lasting difference, not only in my family's life, but in the lives of countless students. Dr. Sullivan. 3 years ago, some of you may remember me standing before you, before this committee, asking for a second chance for my youngest son, Joey. Joey had a run into some difficult times and was facing expulsion. Thanks to this committee and Dr. Sullivan, he was given a second chance. A year later, when Joey returned back to his studies, he had an entire semester and a half to make up. Most students would have just looked at that mountain of that huge mountain and given up. Joey didn't. He spent 3 summers catching up while other kids were on vacation. And Dr. Sullivan was there the entire time. He encouraged him, he challenged him, he held him accountable. He never lowered the standard. He never stopped believing in Joey that he can make it. What makes Dr. Sullivan special is that he understands something every great educator understands. Students don't always become what people expect of them. They often become what people believe they can be. I still remember Dr. Sullivan telling Joey, "You're on the road, kid. Keep going. We know you can do it." those weren't just words. My son carried those words with him. Today, Joey has graduated and is preparing to attend at the Antelope Valley College, pursue aerospace engineering, and serve in the Air National Guard. And Joey isn't the only one. My son Diego also graduated from Aerospace Academy and is completing his associate degree in business before he transfers over to UCLA. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going. Different journeys, the same encouragement.
Actually, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Well, this is a once in, I'm here to speak, I'm taking the time.
I understand that.
I'm out of town all the
Okay,
time.
I understand.
Short
but
notice, you
with-
guys did not give us any notice.
Okay,
It's not, I would've brought the entire community over
okay,
here.
I understand. However, I'm asking, it's 2 minutes, we have a lot of people here, they'll be on the same subject. Thank you for what you are voicing, we've heard you, but we have to allow other people to speak to, so we can continue.
You should've given us more
with the
time then.
business.
You should've given us more time.
It's-
Yeah. Thank you.
We have Joey Hernandez.
Yeah, he's next, I'm next son. Both of them are coming.
For those that just came in and will be speaking, state your name and the item on the agenda that you're gonna be speaking on, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, ma'am. So my name is Joey Hernandez, and this is for JR Personnel. Good evening. My name is Joey Hernandez, and I'm a recent graduate of the Palmdale Aerospace Academy, and I'm standing here today because of Dr. Sullivan. A couple years ago, I made some severe mistakes and forced some uncomfortable conversations. It would have been incredibly easy for this district to wash its hands of me and me become another statistic. Instead, Dr. Sullivan gave me a roadmap to success. He challenged me and forced positives in my character, like making up an entire year of schoolwork and giving back to my community and catching up alongside my peers. My dad and I fought hard to get back here, but we only had that chance because of Dr. Sullivan, and he chose to see my potential rather than my past. This man gave me a roadmap out of darkness and pointed me straight towards success, giving me an opportunity to make up for what I did and giving me those morals I needed to do better for myself. As a student, we see what goes on here every day, and if you aren't in AP classes, it feels like you get the short end of the stick with teachers who come and go and don't care. But Dr. Sullivan does the background work that matters. He puts us teachers in their place, holds them accountable, and makes sure students who actually need help don't get left behind. And Dr. Sullivan isn't a principal who just sits in his office. He's on campus, talking to students, asking for feedback, and working directly with counselors to make things better. For example, I was once being hindered and ignored by a counselor who gave me false promises, and when I brought it to Dr. Sullivan's attention, he immediately stepped in, held a meeting with my previous counselor, my dad, myself, and my current counselor to get it fixed. Even outside of academics, he recognized we were crammed in terrible school buses for prom, with no air conditioning, and made sure we got high-quality buses for grand night. Those are qualities of life that make our senior year memorable. He is much more than just a leader. He's someone who takes responsibility and truly cares about the future for his students. Without him, a lot of us wouldn't have the GPAs we have now and the school you guys are looking forward to. He saved my life and put me on a path towards success, and now today, I graduate with a bright future ahead of me, and I've set ambitious goals for myself, including joining the United States Air Force, earning a college education, and ultimately becoming an officer. I dream of pursuing a career in aerospace engineering, and this wouldn't be possible if he wasn't more than just an educator. He's a mentor, an advocate, and a guiding force during one of the most important periods of my life. His influence shaped the young man I am becoming, and thinking our family will ever be thankful for that. So thank you so
Aiden
much.
Ross. Is Aiden Ross here? No. Next one is Diego Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Diego Hernandez, and I'll be speaking on Jay's personnel report. You just heard my brother and my dad speak, and wrong way. And Dr. Sullivan, just last week, he shook over 300 students' hands. He shook my hand at my graduation, and when he came into school, all the students there, we all felt all the immediate quality of life changes that he made. I don't know. I'm crying because my brother just spoke, my bad. But he is the most hands-on principal that I've ever had, and he guaranteed that communication. If you ever asked him, he was there. He was there in classes. He was there around campus, and all those quality of life changes weren't just ones that, like, we asked for, it was ones that we didn't think we needed. And I wasn't a student that was doing great, but the teachers were there for me, and I know they were there because of the type of boss they had themselves. And we can't have our students seeing a leader just get replaced just for whatever reason. I'm not sure what the reason is, but we can't have our students seeing that. It's just like, he's a great role model for our students, he's a great role model for the next coming generations. And he was a great role model for me as well, even though I didn't have any personal interactions with him. I felt his presence there when he was on campus, in classes, and for all the events that were held, and even at graduation. And just hearing him speak at this last graduation made me emotional as well. And he really is making my little brother have a life of his own, instead of just looking over it and just telling him straight up a no. He didn't hold his hand, he led him through it, but he didn't hold his hand, he just told him what he had to do.
Thank you. Are you Aiden Ross?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening. I need no introduction, neither do you. Dr. Sullivan has demonstrated a commitment to students through both his daily work and supportive programs that promote student well-being and safety. Leadership is not defined by a title. It is defined by actions, showing up every day, supporting teachers, encouraging students, solving problems, and helping a school move forward. By all accounts, Dr. Sullivan has done exactly what he was told to do, and what he wasn't told to do. Schools are built on relationships, trust, and service. Those take years to develop, and Dr. Sullivan has done that well. He's done it with families, he's done it with students, and he's done it with staff, and it is extremely consistent. Dr. Sullivan's record is one of service. His work has centered on students, their success, and their future for years, and he continued to do so. I would like to address the individuals responsible for this decision. Positions of authority come with responsibility. Every decision made by school leadership affects real students, real teachers, and real educators. Those decisions will be remembered long after this meeting ends. If Dr. Sullivan is removed despite years of service, dedication, and support for this community, then those making that choice should be prepared to explain why. And if my role as one of the many alumni expected to carry the school's integrity into the future means nothing in your decision, then what does that say about the values that this institution claims to uphold? You may work here, you may support this school, but for 6 years, I lived here. This isn't about working visas, this isn't about our admin being lackluster, this is about a power trip from a child refusing to grow up. If you have any problem with my words, take them up with the First Amendment retaliation claims, your own incompetence, and your higher-ups, because you made me that the day you had me look down on you by putting my face on your wall. Thank you and goodbye.
Cesar Ayon?
Good evening. I'm speaking on Personnel C3, I believe it is. First, I'd like to thank the board and the academy for moving forward with appointing a student representative to our board. This is a meaningful step towards greater inclusion, communication, and transparency, the thing we've been screaming about. I would also like to thank the academy for supporting employees who are facing immigrant-related barriers. As I almost start crying. As a son of immigrants, I have seen firsthand the challenges and uncertainty that can accompany the path to citizenship. It is often a complicated process I have gone through. I respectfully ask the board to consider extending the grace period or exploring a policy that protects these employees from termination solely because of delays within an immigration system. If individuals are actively and diligently pursuing legal status, they should not lose their livelihoods because of bureaucratic delays beyond their control. These employees are valued members of our community and often reflect the backgrounds, experiences, and aspirations of our students and families. Finally, changing the subject a little bit, I'd like to address the elephant in the room and talk about other potential personnel decisions. I, along with a lot of community members, am asking the board to proceed thoughtfully and deliberately, consider perspectives shared tonight and in recent days, and most importantly, carefully review all available evidence before making any decisions. This is all we've been asking for. To return back to the themes I began with, I encourage you to continue fostering a culture, starting a culture of inclusion, communication, and transparency, the things we've been yelling about. These values strengthen trust within our community and ultimately allow us to better serve our students. Thank you.
Amanda Goff.
Good evening, board. My name is Amanda Goff. I'm a science teacher, the science department lead, JP Chem, all the things. I've spent my entire life studying science and teaching it to others. And one of the major skills we try to teach the students is to test your hypothesis, to collect the data, and then to form your conclusion. What is that data telling you? Are there errors in reporting or gathering that data? What conclusion can be derived from the evidence? Does the data support or refute your hypothesis? And in my classroom, there's a poster, the kids can attest to it. There's a poster that reads, "Nice story, now show me the data." And what that data has shown me the past few years is that Dr. Sullivan has always had an open door policy for students and staff alike. He's always willing to listen, he's visible and engages with students, he's supported with the clubs, he's always supported my AP class and has fought for it. And he has helped to ensure that the departments have the materials they need to be successful. There's a lot of stories being told tonight, a lot of narratives being spun, but I implore you to look at the data first and to form your conclusion around that. It's what I've done my entire life. So I will leave you with this one question to consider. The question that sparks that scientific inquiry, the question that we should all be collecting data for. We all work for a school, but who is actually working for the students? Thank you.
Manny Lopez.
Hi, board members. A lot of new faces. I'm Manny Lopez. I was the ASB president of class of 2025. I was here almost bi-weekly with every meeting you guys had. But I'm here on behalf of Personnel Matter Jay, regarding Sullivan and Salinas. You guys are actively watching the murder trial of your school. These are two principals that have dedicated day in, day out for every single student here, every staff member, every parent, anyone that steps foot on this campus, even considers this campus. They're advocating for it. There are 555 signatures right here of people supporting these administrators right here. 555. $180 of donations to push this signature out to even more people. They have the community's back, and the community has their back. I would like to remind the board members, so sorry, I forgot to pull this up ahead of time. I want to remind everyone that staff members have the right to express their views as private citizens on their own personal time. If an employee chooses to sign a petition outside of work, using their own time and personal resources, that is their choice. While the school administration has the authority to make personnel decisions, any negative action taken against any employee after their participation in a lawful petition could raise concerns about retaliation. Even if the appearance that someone is being treated differently because they supported or signed a petition can undermine trust and create a heavy legal and ethical question for you. This petition is not about attacking anyone. It is about allowing staff, families, students, and community members to have their voice heard. Everyone should be able to participate without the fear that their job, evaluation, opportunities, and professional standing could be affected because they exercise their right to express an opinion on their own time. Regardless of where people stand on this issue, we should all agree that no one should fear retaliation for respectfully participating in this process. Can I have it?
Mr. Lago.
Greetings, board. Speaking as just Daniel Lago-Marcino, teacher here, about agenda item, I think 3 or J, I'm not sure, C3 perhaps, personnel. I fully support Ms. Dunias' idea to extend time and grace for staff members facing delays in their work authorizations. We have several staff members who operate under work visas, and delays for processing these work visas is taking nearly 20 times longer than it has historically. We live in unprecedented times, and we should feel the moral obligation to protect our community members from harm if and when we can, using whatever methods are at our disposal. It's also important to note that our staff members' life experiences reflect the life experiences of many of our students and their families. We show them how much we value them with decision making around issues like this. And that is it for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Fish?
Hello, board. So I'm a proud parent, a recent graduate, and also an 11th grader. I want to speak on behalf, I think it's item J, supportive of Dr. Sullivan. And I also want to talk about AP classes as well. But Dr. Sullivan, he's been nothing but supportive to me and my family. I would like you guys to think of that. There was an issue that came up last year with my son. He took time to meet with me and my family and our son, and he addressed it, and he took that time, and I was forever grateful for that. I also want to take time to talk about AP classes. I heard a rumor that like AP chemistry was going away in other classes, and this is a STEM school. We need AP classes here. We need to get these kids ready for STEM majors and going to 4-year universities and things like that. So I was grateful to hear that AP Physics is coming back this year, or next year. But I heard AP Chemistry is going away, and I'm like, this is a STEM school. It needs to be here. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. William Sullivan.
I know that you had given the 2 minutes to Lopez, but would I be, can I get 1 more minute just as the last
I gotta
speaker?
do 2 minutes, Mr. Sullivan. That'll be fair to everybody else.
All right. All right. All right. Leadership is not always comfortable, but throughout my career I've tried to lead with integrity and advocate for students, staff, and the programs I believe in. To me, leadership means standing up for what you believe is right and for the people you believe in. Many of those people you heard tonight and are here and are watching at home. It means having the courage to do to stand up despite uncertainty, criticism, or personal risk. True leadership is not about protecting yourself, it's about remaining faithful to your values and doing what is best for those you serve. And I can live with disagreement and I can live with criticism. What I can never live with is failing to advocate for the people and the work that I believe in. And that's why I'm here tonight. It's not to talk about me, but to talk about what really matters, and that's our students and our staff. The accomplishments we celebrate tonight are not the results of one person, but the results of the dedicated people working together on behalf of students. Since our last board meeting, we've reduced our DS by nearly 400. We've increased our A through G by 18%. We've increased our CAS scores. We've had more students enrolled in dual enrollment than ever before. We brought back the every 15 minutes. We've applied for PBIS Gold recognition. And these accomplishments reflect the work of the entire community, not just myself. None of us gets here alone, and every success we celebrate is the result of a team effort. I especially want to recognize a vital member of that team, and that is my assistant principal, Ms. Salinas, whose partnership, leadership, and unwavering commitment to students has been invaluable. She has been my counterpart in every sense of the word. Together we have analyzed data, planned initiatives, supported staff, and solved problems, and worked together countlessly. As proud as I am of these achievements, what makes me most proud is seeing people grow. Of course, that includes our students overcoming challenges, earning opportunities, and discovering what they're capable of. But it also includes the incredible staff members who have grown professionally and advanced in their careers during the time that I've been here. I'm especially proud of Ms. Ramirez, Jocelyn Ramirez, Ms. Jemmy Irajeta, Ms. Carolina Escobedo, Ms. Julia Banuelos, Ms. Angela Luna, and Ms. Ingrid Salinas. Watching each of them take new responsibility, develop new skills, and continue to grow their careers has been one of the most rewarding parts of my journey as a leader. While their success is uncertain, I'm grateful to have played a small role in their growth along the way. And this is a legacy I wish to leave behind. Thank you.
I believe it's Tristan Vasquez. No? Wyatt?
There's a delay.
Over there. If there's a Tristan Vasquez, how about Wyatt Gavin?
Hello, members of the board. I'm Wyatt Gavin. I've been a teacher here at Palmdale for 5 years, going on 5 years, and I'm speaking about Article 7. I think I'm really nervous to be here today. I'm nervous for retaliation. I'm nervous because I just have general anxiety. It's scary speaking in front of people who are, in charge of my job. And
I want to talk about someone who has been an excellent leader and someone who has sculpted me to be the person who is here today, and that is Dr. Sullivan. Dr. Sullivan is exactly what he described to what he just told you. He never gives up. He does not take no for an answer, and he always tries. And the direction of the school, the demoralization that all of us teachers feel, it's on a path where I truly believe only Dr. Sullivan could fix it. And if you let Dr. Sullivan go, this will be a tremendous mistake. And to be honest with you, I would rather quit than see Dr. Sullivan fired, just because he has been that impactful in my life and other teachers' lives, and I know I'm not the only one who believes that. So thank you for your time, and I don't want this to be pointing fingers or any ill will. I just wish we could set back the clock and start over and give him another chance, and Miss Salinas as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Tristan Vasquez?
Hi. This is Agenda J, Personnel. Good afternoon, board members, staff members, teachers, parents, and fellow students. My name is Tristan Vasquez, and I'm a recent graduate here from TPAA. One of the things that I've learned is to not stay silent in moments of injustice. I'm here to speak on behalf of Dr. Sullivan and Ms. Salinas. Dr. Sullivan has briefly been our principal here at TPAA for around 2 years. And during this short amount of time, he has made a tremendous positive impact on our staff and students. I had been a student at this school for 6 years, and I can tell you that Dr. Sullivan is one of the most involved principals that we've ever had at this school. He has been present during both good times and bad times, and has always made an effort to put our students and staff first. The impact has also been made very clear by the 500 plus signatures made on the petition over the past 4 days that was released on June 5th. Terminating Dr. Sullivan would be a huge mistake, as he is one of the few administrators who has the students and staff's best interests at heart. He isn't the problem. I believe a big problem comes from the person who issued this ultimatum, Ms. Lynch, our superintendent, who seems to be more interested in making TikToks than actually getting any meaningful work done. Some of our staff are unhappy with our current superintendent, but are afraid to speak up in fear of retaliation. I ask you to reconsider your decision as terminating Dr. Sullivan, terminating Dr. Sullivan, as he has done nothing but good. He has nothing but good intentions for the well-being of our school. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last public comment part that we had.
Can I, before we move on, can I step in for the last one? Is that okay?
Your name is?
Kevin Rocha, Article J, Personnel. Is that good? My name is Kevin. This year I had the opportunity to lead our student athletes for the entire year. At the beginning of the school year, we had a conversation, Ms. Gina and I, and Dr. Sullivan as well, about just handling the year and then reconvening at the end of the year for the next steps or the next year, and just pay attention to what maybe would be needed or needs to be done or needs to be changed. At the end of that conversation, I felt really comfortable, really prepared. We spent the whole year, led our students, had an awesome year, had probably the greatest run in all of our sports, I think, all together combined. The year ended, and asked Dr. Sullivan, hey, just want to follow up so we can make this happen. Never were we considered, never were we looked at, never were we considered as a human. Just sit us down, have a conversation. This is why we can do this, yes. This is why we can do this, no. That was simply all we needed. I don't think we needed anything else but just simply a conversation that was said we were going to have that we didn't end up having. So I think everybody in the room feels a little bit the same. This is my first year under his wing, and everybody's been here for more than one. I think you can feel the energy and the appropriate love for these two humans here today. So I'm asking you as a student myself, never gonna change that, to consider what you heard and consider what's being said.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I speak as well?
Okay, we're gonna take one more, and after that, we are closing the public comment. So step up, you have 2 minutes.
Can I give my time to Manny Lopez?
No, Manny Lopez already spoke, so it's you. You can only speak once, so if you'd like to come up and speak, you can. If not, we're closing the comment period. State your name and what item you're gonna speak on.
Hi, I'm George Hernandez, and I'm speaking on J personnel. I was a student here at the Palmdale Aerospace Academy. I graduated class of 2025. I was part of ASB, and being part of ASB allowed me to get closer to Dr. Sullivan. He's a great person. I wasn't such a great student following like my 9th grade and 10th grade years, and then as I started getting closer to ASB, I met people like Dr. Sullivan. He helped me change my ways. He helped me learn to be a better student, and I realized how much he actually cares for the academy. I believe that firing him would be a mistake, and the school isn't the school it is today without him. He cares a lot about everyone here, and me. Sorry, I'm not prepared for this. School wasn't always my main goal. I was always just focused on soccer, but it's also he helped me learn about responsibility and how to manage better. He also was there for me through a rough time I had. When my cousin passed away, I had a one-on-one with him, and he helped me. He was there for me. He spoke to me, not just as my principal, but as a person that actually cared. He's a person that goes above and beyond, and I believe that he is the best person that fits the job. Thank you.
Thank you. So public comments on agendized item is closed. We are going to move on to reports. Ms. Lynch?
I'd like to report that this week we started the Student Engagement Summit, and I'd like to personally thank Preston Heyer and Matthew Madrid for presenting to their colleagues today. They presented on mastery-based grading, did an excellent job, and so far we've had a really great start to the week, so we're looking forward to the rest of it. The board's welcome to come in any time.
Thank you. Director of Student Services, Mr. Ryden?
I'd like to recognize Maddie Pizzo. She's the registrar, but does the bulk of all of our student reporting to CalPADS and to the CDE. She has completed one of the last major reports that has to be done, which is PADC, which is our principal portion. There are 2 smaller things left to go, but she's doggone near wrapped up the school year as far as reporting, and is starting to already set the table for what's next year's gonna be. So just appreciate the work that she does. She's an incredible person and a really valuable member of our staff.
Thank you. Director of Educational Service, Mr. Schultz.
Good evening, everyone. Our annual Avid Summer Institute is going to be July 14th through the 17th. We'll be sending 15 staff members down to Anaheim for the annual conference down there. And then I'd just like to wrap up with saying it's been a great school year for me, so thank you for all your help and support throughout the year. And I'd also, have a relaxing and wonderful summer. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Mr. Knowles for, I know you're wrapping up your term on there, so thank you for all these years since I've been here for all your help and support also. Thank you.
Thank you. Director of Special Education, Ms. Fawcett?
I don't have anything other to report other than thank you, board, for all your support, and I have a wonderful staff that I work with, and they make this a wonderful job as the director. So I want to thank everybody for a wonderful school year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director of Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations, Mr. Joshi.
Our tech team and our facilities team is busy refreshing the campus, preparing for our wonderful students and our staff to return. We're going to utilize every day to our advantage. And we also want to extend a thank you to Mr. Knowles here for your wonderful and supportive demeanor on our board.
Director of Health Services, Ms. Lovett.
Good evening. I don't have any formal information to report on. I reported on a bunch last meeting. Just like Mr. Riley said, it's the end of the year. A lot of reporting is happening and looking forward to seeing students next week. So I feel like the moss grow under my feet.
Thank you. Chief Business Official, Ms. Sawazu.
Hi, I have, good evening. I have nothing to report. You'll hear from me later for the budget.
Director of STEAM and Robotics, Mr. Brophy.
Nothing new, but happy 10 years to the class of 2016. Hope to see you soon.
Employee Organizations, PATA.
I'm going to preface my comments by clarifying that we do not know about everything that goes on around here. Pat is not appraised of every decision made by the Academy, and perhaps therein lies a problem. I'm not saying that we need to be consulted on every single thing. Most things we probably do not need to be consulted on. But without information about decisions that affect us, tension, rumors, speculation, and animosity fill the void, pollute our culture. An example is state testing. Our staff members operated and prepared for several weeks to administer tests in accordance with a plan that we were aware of. At 1:30 p.m. on the Friday before testing was set to begin on a Monday, we were told it was changing. The testing plan was bad, then it was bad well before, and changes should have been made earlier. Chaos ensued, people were upset, and the plan wasn't fully finalized until Monday morning, which was the day testing began. Our staff pulled it off though. Shout out to Sandy Wenger. Crushed that. Staff pulled it off. No real clarification for why the change occurred has been given, so it became a point of tension, rumor, speculation, animosity. Another example is the recent decisions around classes, specifically adjustments to SPED, honors, and AP classes. While non-negotiable, a decision that so spectacularly affects the work of the teaching staff should have been made in close consultation with the staff. The reasoning should have been explained by the decision makers in collaboration to chart a path forward for restoring these programs to full capacity. Should have been invited. Likely we still would not have been super jazzed about these changes, but if we understood it and understood a path of recovery for the programs, we would have been able to live with it. Instead, the first time anyone heard about it was from a PowerPoint presentation to this board. And in that absence of information, we end up with tension, rumor, speculation, animosity. Now, an 11th hour decision to remove 2 dedicated servants at this school. This wasn't decided a few months ago when non-reelect notices came out, even though Ms. Marquez was given such consideration. And again, no communication to staff about it, no warning, no signs that it was possible considering the demonstrable popularity of these 2. TPAA certificated staff will certainly be affected by this move, and yet the school's democratically elected representative body, PATA, earned and built by certificated staff members past and present through sweat and blood in order to give us a seat at the table and some inclusion and involvement in decision making, was not forewarned. And now tension, rumor, animosity, speculation. To be clear, PATA has no role or voice in decision making about administrators. I am speaking solely about the quality of communication, collaboration, and leadership here at TPAA, which absolutely affects certificated staff and creates tension, rumor, animosity, and speculation. These communication issues do not belong to any one person and should not be used against any one person. This is the Achilles heel of TPAA. The school services report that came out a couple months ago indicates several non-instructional departments need to get their houses in order to reduce confusion. This reveals a more systemic problem from top to bottom. Collaboration is too often a one-way street here. People ask for collaboration only when they need something, but any opportunities to go it alone are always taken. As a result, decisions made about us or that affect us are not made with us, and the rationale behind those decisions does not follow. And in the information void, you get tension, rumor, animosity, speculation. This reduces people's trust in one another and results in increasingly large gaps between people. More voids to be filled with tension, rumor, animosity, and speculation. Thank you.
Kaka?
For the record, it's always hard to follow that man. He is good at that stuff. I'm Kira Junius. I'm the Vice President of PACA, the Classified Union. Sorry, brain. Last week, I sent a letter to the board regarding 2 terminations on today's personnel report. While terminations will always be hard for me personally, these are uniquely difficult. As many of us know, some non-citizens legally work in the U.S. using employment authorization documents. Getting these commonly called work permits renewed historically has taken a few weeks, maybe a month or 2. Lately, renewing these vital documents is stretching out to more like 6 or 7 months. These 2 employees now hold expired work permits through no fault of their own. Should these extended timelines persist, I worry that more TPAA staff could be affected in the future. When this issue first became known to the Academy, rather than immediate termination, the employees were put on unpaid leave to allow a little bit more time for those work permit renewals to arrive. On Wednesday of last week, however, administration made the decision to end this unpaid leave and terminate these 2 employees. PACA understands the Academy has made this choice because it feels it is the best business decision. And today I'm asking the board to consider making a choice that is, rather, the best decision for the people at the Academy. My letter requested the board consider establishing a grace period with timeframes reflecting these renewal delays. This letter was passed around TPAA in the last workday of the school year. Teachers and students were already gone for the year. It was just classified in management. This letter now holds 93 additional signatures after mine. We would have had a lot more if the teachers had been on campus. They're really good about that sort of thing. You have an overwhelming amount of staff who stand behind this request. No one was too scared to add their name. No one wants to see them gone, not for this reason. I'd like to take a moment to point everyone back to our Academy's vision statement, the guiding principles we wish to instill in our students. Our vision statement asserts that we will develop students to become ethical, responsible citizens who lead with integrity. Ethically, we believe it's our responsibility to stand with our coworkers, teammates, and fellow community members. Our vision also embraces flexibility and adaptability. PACA asks the Academy to exercise flexibility. We want to problem solve together and utilize contractually protected solutions like temporary employees or voluntary out-of-class work while our teammates are out. It is not our intent to burden the Academy with this request. Lastly, our vision stresses the importance of developing empathetic and compassionate individuals. We ask the board and Academy to lead with compassion in all situations, including today. Your staff is expected every day to model compassion and empathy for our students. We cannot teach something we do not know ourselves. I mentioned up here in past meetings that culture has to be nurtured to keep it alive. These are the opportunities to do so. Kindness should be easy, and it goes really far. We cannot expect it of our students if we do not show it ourselves. Thank you.
Do we have any idea how long the timeline would be?
Unfortunately, they're averaging. I'm reading 7. Was it 3 to 7 months was an average right now. And again, the last time one of these people, for example, the last time they renewed, it took 10 days. So this is even people that were prepared. One of them actually applied 6 months ago. So she did everything right. Like, these guys are trying their darndest. They want to work here. We want them here too. Everybody wants them here. This is not a ooh, the Academy thing. This sucks, and we want to see if there's a way we can help a little bit. Maybe we can make some kind of policy, but sorry, I don't have more for you. I wish I was more educated on it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Before we go on to the consent agenda, I know we made changes to the time frame. I want to thank everyone for their understanding and for coming up to speak. I know it's not easy. I mean, it's not easy for us at times. I have to say, for me, to have to cut the time and not allow people to speak. However, we do have business to do, and we have to move the meeting along. But I do thank everyone for their passion, for their words, and for the courage to come and speak. And that is what, right, public comment has been created for, so people can voice their thoughts and what they would like to share as we make decisions here. So thank you for that. As we move on to consent agenda, board members, are there any items on the consent agenda that you would like to pull for further discussion. I'm going to start with Ellen and Barat, that you are virtual. Do you have any items on the consent agenda that you would like to pull? Thank you. Cheryl? No. Vicky?
No.
Justin?
No.
I would like to pull item number 3. And we can call for the motion for the other items on the agenda.
Move to approve all items on the consent agenda except item 3.
A second.
Call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Okay, those items approved. The reason I'm pulling item number 3, it has a bullet point here, classified position status adjustment, and I believe that was not part of this item, correct? So that is not part of this. I'm also pulling it because I would like to ask, the 2 positions that we've heard on here, is it going to impact the operations of the school in any way in the next, let's say, while the vacation is taking place, summer, to allow some more time for those 2 employees to try to get a response on this, on their status with immigration?
I can help if it is already. One is a 10-month employee, so that person would not be back until August 3rd. The other is a 12-month employee.
Okay. Would that impact anything? Mr. Dilger?
I oversee the technology department where one of these individuals lies, and both the direct manager and I and the team would like to see this person stay.
Okay. So we can hold your clauses? Thank you. I would like to motion that we approve this item with the exception of those 2. You know, this is not personal or anything, but I do believe that we have a change in our society right now that is impacting individuals. And if it's not going to cause an impact to the operations, then I feel that we can give them some time. I'm not saying, you know, forever, but at least some time to allow to get a response. I know that it is happening amongst a lot of people now in organizations and stuff, so just a little bit of time. So I don't know how, I mean,
Our next meeting is July 29th. Maybe we can get an update if there's any
By then.
updates on any of these.
Okay, we can, Ellen, would you like to motion and include that portion of the policy, what you are requesting as well? Well, we can add it at the end on our request that maybe at that time,
Yeah, I
on the
think some-
29th, we get a
Mr.
draft
Riley would have to work
policy
on
or
it.
something on that.
Yeah, something Mr.
Okay.
Riley would have to work
So
So-
what are we asking, that we extend
So we,
unpaid leave
yes,
until July 29th?
on for an update.
for an update, yes. So I will motion that we move forward with approving item number 3 with the removal of the classified position status adjustment because I was not part of this item, and that we exclude the 2, I don't know what numbers they are on the report, but the 2 employees that are experiencing the immigration status situation, that the board get an update by July 29th on where there's, I'm sorry, 28th, on their status, so that we can make a decision on how that is going to impact the upcoming school year. That is my motion.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. Okay, that is approved that way. Okay, moving on to discussion items, correct? There's numerous items on here, I want to skip a section. Okay, discussion items. AP and science course offerings for 20, yes.
Do we need to move LCAP things up? Have you gone to Palmdale?
She's not going to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they did mention that at the beginning.
Missed that, sorry.
Discussion items, AP and science course offerings for the 2026-2027 school year. And this was at the board's request that we wanted a list of the AP courses and science courses planned for the upcoming school year. Who will be presenting this? Is that you, Mr. Sullivan? Thank you.
Hey, everyone. So we'll start with the AP courses. What you see up front are the list of courses. 2 of them are new, as you heard mentioned previously, AP Physics, an AP Seminar, which will be replacing the 10th grade honors, and it's supposed to be a preparatory class to get these kids ready to go into the AP Lit and Lang courses, so we're very excited about that. And then down at the bottom, I'll preface the course that will be offered during Spanish, during summer, is AP Spanish. And so I know there were 2 other ones that we were looking at, AP Art and AP Art History, but unfortunately there's credentialing issues right now. So the top ones are ones that we plan on offering next year, and then that last one is just something that we're, not just something that we're offering during summer.
So the AP Art History and which other one did you say?
AP Art were 2 that we were looking at to offer during summer as well, Ms. Lopez, but unfortunately credentialing issues, we weren't able to, as of right now, sustain it, so we couldn't.
So we don't have teachers credentialed to teach those courses?
Correct.
We didn't have them in the past either?
I believe we did, and we were deemed as a missed assignment.
As a what, I'm sorry?
A missed assignment when it was reported that the teacher was basically teaching a class that they didn't have credentialed in.
Okay.
So.
Any questions from the board on this?
What's the status for AP Art History? I believe that's one of the courses that we're currently teaching. Were we unable to add that one back for next school year?
Yes, guys, it goes back to the credentialing. The staff members, I know, excited about going back to school and getting the credential to clear it so that when we're able to offer it again the following year, the credentialing won't be an issue. But as I was informed by our registrar and our HR department that we can't offer it because of the credentialing status of that employee. So we had to put a pause on it until we're able to clear up the credential.
What's the typical time frame for clearing those credentials?
It depends. I think they would need to, and I don't know if HR can.
It depends on the teacher and the courses that are offered in the specific university that they sign up for. So it could take 1 semester, depending on what the need is or what classes they currently carry. So it depends on the university, really.
Yeah.
It varies from 1 semester to 1 year.
What about AP Computer Science?
That wasn't brought back, and that was just because of low enrollment. We do have staff members that are certificated and credentialed to teach that, Ms. McIsaac, but that number was, like significantly low, like under 5, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on the exact number, but I think it was like less than 5 kids, 3 kids maybe, that had it, so.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask what the number is and then what that decision-making process looks like.
Yeah.
What is AP Seminar?
AP Seminar is like a new course that's going to replace the 10th grade honors English, and it's a research-based course where kids get to select a theme that they want to research that they're interested in, and kids get to learn how to do their research and create statements and claims that are supported by looking at multiple articles and multiple sheets of paper, and they bring it all together to like almost practice like a mini dissertation. And so all of that is supposed to get them ready for the other AP courses that they'll have later on. So we're really excited about that. Mr. Collins has went to the training already. He's submitted stuff for curriculum already, so we're very excited. We have 2 full classrooms ready to go.
There is an interest for AP English?
Oh yeah, the AP Literature and AP Lang
fall into that
category, yeah. So this will be like 10th, and Cindy Gar, don't quote me, Lit is 11th grade? 12th, all right. So 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade.
Are the same I'm sorry, go ahead, Ellen.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
I was gonna ask, are the same, because the numbers that we were shown last time on the scoring were pretty good.
Yeah.
Are the same teachers that are that have taught these courses are the ones that are gonna be teaching the same courses again?
No, not exactly.
They don't wanna teach it anymore?
Well, this one is a new course. The AP Seminar is a brand new course, and Mr. Collins has been to the training because we were thinking about this since last summer we were thinking about it. And so that is a brand new course, and I think his background is in writing, and he was very excited about doing the research. Some of the other changes is switching Ms. Maya from the AP Bio to Mr. Haynes. Ms. Maya was the one that you saw the high numbers for the AP Bio pass scores, and I reported that. But next year would be Mr. Haynes' schedule to teach that course. Same thing.
Who made that decision, and how did that process work?
That was made within the executive leadership team meeting.
Is it standard to change teachers from teaching those courses, or?
I would say not.
Are the teachers asked beforehand if they don't longer want to teach that course, or how does that work?
So the AP courses is something that's a little different because it's a lot more work with, and any AP teacher here can attest how much time and effort it takes without any additional pay. My hat's off to each of them that do that and do that work for our students. It's a lot of work. And so I would definitely, if there was a teacher like Mr. Collins, I didn't just bring it on him when I sent out the notification. We had constant communication about if he was interested in doing it, what it would take and what it would look like, and he agreed because it is a lot more work. But in terms of the decisions for like the AP Lit class, is that? Yeah, AP Lit that Ms. Carver had last year, that she will not have next year, that was not the case.
So will next year, I guess, how many of these courses are teachers gonna be different next year?
Off the top of my head, AP Biology, AP Physics, which is Mission Madrid, that one's new, and one of the sections for AP Lit, which was previously Ms. Carver this year, who has been trained on it, and it's scheduled to go to a new teacher.
And the reason I'm asking this is because generally, kids that take AP classes or specific things, they try to get input from the previous students to see how it's gonna be for them,
Yeah,
right? Like
absolutely.
the experience of the teacher and all that.
Sure, absolutely.
And so the teacher's ratings on, right? I mean, they do it in college,
Sure,
I assume they do it in high school as well. So consistency matters. The scoring was actually, it was good.
Oh, I'd say so.
Excellent.
I hope that the changes aren't gonna impact that, or that maybe it's relooked at to see if the consistency remains, and the teachers have invested the time and the reputation in teaching those classes. I'm not saying that others be prevented from doing so, but I think consistency is important in education. Does anybody have any questions about this? Ellen, did you have another question?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, then second. Okay. expected science courses for next year, including the AP Bio, Bio for 9th grade, Biology for 10th grade, Chemistry, AP Chemistry, AP Bio, AP Environmental Science, new one AP Physics, regular Physics. There's the Anatomy, Physiology back on there, and then the Astronomy and the Geology. I think that was all one, I'm forgetting anything.
So Earth Science was not put into the mix?
Not
Another option, I know Ellen had asked if we can include it in there somehow.
If any place it would be, if we go this pathway, then it could be offered as an elective course in the 11th or 12th grade year, along with some of the other electives down at the bottom there. But yeah, so right now it's not on the master schedule.
Any questions from the board?
I have one question. So you said that AP Spanish is not on there?
Which one is it?
Which one? You said AP Spanish was not on there, is that correct?
AP Spanish was on the list for summer.
It was on there, it's going to be offered during summer though.
These are the science pathway.
Okay.
Remember, Cheryl, you were not at the last meeting, right? So we asked for an update on AP courses in addition to the science pathway because it was changed a little. They've removed earth sciences, so now all students will take chemistry. Before they had the option of taking either or, and so that was removed. And so we asked for an update so that we can see if earth sciences can be put in here somehow. I will say this, I still believe that chemistry is not for everybody. I will say that again. Not everybody is going to adapt to that, and I feel that this school has the opportunity to offer the most opportunities possible to our students. And I understand this path, I get it, I understand others have done it, I understand that as well. But I will say that not all students will end up being successful on this path.
I do have a question on this.
I struggle with that. Yes, Ellen.
So I know we've revisited this since our past two board meetings when we've had discussions on this topic. When this list of science course offerings for next school year was revisited, was there the opportunity for the key stakeholders, such as the science teachers and the science department chair, to give their input?
Actually, we have some of them in the room, Ellen. I think the department head of the science, would we like her to come say a few words to let us know?
Yeah, if she's willing.
We'll hold the clapping. We will hold the clapping, please. What is the question?
When this list of science course offerings for next year was revisited after our discussion at the last board meeting, did you have the opportunity to give any input on this?
Very minimal input, and it was just when I was talking to Dr. Sullivan about what he presented, and the fact that they were removing earth science completely, and that they were adding AP Physics and things like that, but it was pretty minimal.
Does the science department have a position on not offering earth science at all?
As a whole, there's a ton of history behind it, like so much. I could pull up documents from like 2017 and 18 and with Mr. Molick and Ms. Hahn and all these people. And we used to offer physics in 9th grade, and then very similar conversations about, hey, maybe conceptual physics isn't appropriate. A lot of the kids were really struggling. They didn't have the math that they needed. We moved to integrated science. And then at that time, the CAS scores were like being beta tested. They weren't official, and we weren't getting results from the state scores at that time. And then, so we had integrated science 9, which was a mixture between biochem and physics. It was like a couple months of each one. And then once we got the state scores back, and once we actually laid eyes on the state test and we realized how much of the state test was earth science, we all said, because at that time we only had APES and geology for 11th and 12th graders, and they weren't, most of them weren't, or not all of the students were taking geology and APES. So they, we looked at it and we said, it makes the most sense to put earth science in 9th grade. It will help them develop the foundation that they need. It will help them on the state scores. It will cover the UC requirement for their physical science, their physical life science. It just made the most amount of sense. It still makes the most amount of sense in my opinion. So we moved to earth science. A lot of the kids are very successful in earth science. It starts to prepare them for biology, thinking critically. Then they do biology, and then chemistry is not mandatory for every junior. I don't believe it should be mandatory for every junior. Because of mostly the math skills. A lot of them really struggle with the math and chemistry more than anything. But it's a little bit of history. But we really moved to earth science because of the state scores and ultimately for the kids' development in science. And there are kids, I know that was spoke about last week, that there should be like an accelerated pathway, and we've talked about pushing forward the 8th grade teachers recommending students to either earth science or to biology, so the high flyers are able to kind of accelerate through if they're already developed those skills that we wanted them to develop, and if we wanted, or if we thought that they would remember the earth science that they were taught in middle school, because they are taught some earth science in middle school, and that they would develop on it. Those kids were pushed, they were recommended into biology as 9th graders, and then they're in my chemistry class right now in 10th grade. And then, so we already had this like pathway, and just nobody cared to talk to us about it this year.
I asked a question last meeting. Is there no way of having both pathways at the same time?
I think that there is. Like I said, in previous years, it was built that way where the 8th grade science teachers on Power School were able to recommend them for earth science or for biology. And like they were talking to their kids that they've been working with all year long and saying, are you comfortable? Is this what you're wanting to do? Is this the pathway? What are you thinking about doing in your life? Like the 8th grade teachers were having those conversations. I just don't think that the follow through of those recommendations were being met once they were signing up for their high school classes. And then like I said, this mandate to get rid of earth science is, the first I heard of it was last board meeting.
I can add something to that. After the last board meeting, I directed the high school to meet with the science department and as well with the AP department. And I learned from a science teacher in the summit this week that never happened. So I suggest they do go back and do that. But it's late because school's already out now. I think you've had your master scheduling.
Well, thanks to everyone for the input. I appreciate that. And I know it's getting late.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
So it may be too late to change anything at this point, but I don't really understand how we got to the point of making a decision about the science pathway without consulting the science department head. That doesn't really make sense. And I also just want to emphasize, I know I've expressed concerns about low test scores in the past, but I don't care about test scores for the sake of test scores. Like, it's just one of the metrics we have to understand students' academic skill sets and development. And I want to make sure that they develop all the basic skills that they need to succeed in life. And even if they're not going to become scientists or engineers, I think it is good to have basic science fluency. So I do think that input should be coming from our science teachers and department chair to inform these decisions.
And Ellen, to your point, it's not too late. Linus and myself, we can get it done.
That's great.
I agree with Dennis and what Ellen is saying. I think if it is possible to create that option, that is done.
And leave it up to the 8th grade science teachers to recommend where the students should be going, not set them up for failure. Because I was a business major. Chemistry was not for me. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah, I don't want to limit kids from being able to be successful with all opportunities we can. So if it's possible,
Sure.
I say that we do move forward that way. It seems like the board is in consensus with that. But with that said, right, with that said, if recommendations are done, right, by the 8th grade teachers, that then there's some good collaboration with the high school teachers as well to be able to continue moving the kids along that path. Because we can set certain things in place at this level, but then for them to be successful, it needs to be taken on, you know, and move forward by those that are there every day. It's all for them, so that they can be successful at giving them all those opportunities to be successful. So thank you for the presentation. Does anybody else have any other questions? No? Okay, thank you for the presentation. Okay, classroom remodels for 2026-2027 school year, I assume Mr. Dilcher.
This is something easy also.
Yes.
This is our easiest thing so far today.
All right, we're gonna talk about some collaboration with teachers, which is a great thing here. So, come on now. So Ms. Lynch presented me about a year ago the idea of moving away from standardized classrooms and empowering some teachers through a selection process, through a PD, to design their own classrooms based on what they feel would most engage their students and drive academic success and social culture within the classrooms. When normally a superintendent presents this to a facilities person, we go bonkers because we all want standardization. Standard chairs, everybody get the same thing, it's easy to replace, and it's usually cheaper. But when we think about what we want out of our education and we think about the environments that we put our kids and our teachers in, we are not standard people. Everybody has their own personalities. All of our students have their own drive on why they're coming into school that day. So if we're thinking about standard in the classroom, we also think about creativity in the classroom, and the classrooms have to be based off of, in its core, a creative mindset. So this quote kind of sums it up, and don't get mad, teachers, at this first one, because there's a follow-up to it. It says, the best learning environments are not designed for teachers. They are designed with teachers on there. That last piece is very critical, and that was the whole idea behind Ms. Lynch's passion here behind this project, and we've carried throughout this year seeing that vision. So what we did as a recap, about 8 teachers were selected. The 4 criteria that they were given that we were collaboratively on to design these classrooms were in these areas. First and foremost, instructional need. This first bullet point is teacher-led. They know what they need in the classroom, they know what the furniture they would want, they know what their students would respect and feel comfortable in. We also had to look at the grade level that these individuals are teaching at, because different designs based off grade level. Then also whole group, small group, project-based learning, all the things that happen within the classroom have to be supported. Secondly to that is student engagement. What promotes collaboration within the classroom? How flexible is our seating and arrangements to change day by day depending on the teacher's needs day by day? And are we supporting different learning styles from our students? These are very critical things that can be helped by a proper student environment. We also have to look at functionality. Of course, the quality of the furniture, the maximizing the usable space, adaptable to the teacher's needs that may change. Lastly, the culture, the aesthetics of the room, welcoming for students and staff, or when our parents come in on back to school night, do they feel like they're walking back into a fun school? And allowing personalities to shine, because that's really what drives individuality and I think a lot of times success. So with that being said, we're going to go a quick dive into our classrooms. Our first was Miss Acevedo. It's our kindergarten teacher here. Miss Acevedo chose or requested a lot of flexible seating. She wants tiered collaboration couch, which you can kind of, there's the laser pointer here. You can kind of see here. She wants a calming corner, so if her kindergartners get a little overwhelmed, she can go have a space for them to go calm down for a moment. Great idea. So calming corner here, she selected a greenhouse design. She wanted a lot of flexible storage. It's rolling, she can roll around the classroom depending on needs. So Miss Acevedo is getting this classroom. You've already approved this on the consent agenda, so this is good stuff.
I realize that.
Yes.
I was like, we got the presentation after the fact.
Yes, but now we get to highlight the cool stuff the teachers designed on there. Miss Ninjai, thank you so much. I keep adding the D on there. She has a very special classroom, TK through second. She pulls out students, gives them special needs. So she created a classroom based off of a lot of flexible seating, a lot of multiple small groups that can be had, a calming corner, again, for students to go take a broad breath on there. She wanted a tiered collaboration couch as well too for the students to do small group learning in, portable room dividers. She has the most colorful room out of anybody designed. She has like 4 stable colors that she can design for each grade level. And they all can go sit in blue group today, go sit in green group today. Gives her all the flexibility and a little bit more fun for our students. She's the first one, not the original idea. Madrid was this original idea, I believe, of a whiteboard wall. There's a really cool paint now where we get rid of this hard whiteboard altogether, and we paint the whole wall a whiteboard. So the students can go right up there with their dry erase markers anywhere they want, the teacher allows, and they have the whole wall to do their work. Go up there with dry erase, it's all gone, we're good for the next day. Great idea, teachers. It's a lot of your classrooms here.
Is that a half wall, Paul? Because I don't know if anybody's gonna reach the very top of it.
Thank you for thinking about risk management too. We'll probably go 2-step ladder height on there. That 3 steps is kind of gets my heart going insurance-wise on there. So we're gonna not do that. Thank you. Next on our list here is Miss Escobar. We originally designed this for 5th grade, but she's moving to 3rd grade, so we just made the little chair shorter on there. Miss Escobar wants whiteboard whiteboard tops on every one of her student tables. She wants them to be able to move around on casters on there. She can pull them into groups of 4. She can pull them out to do standardized testing. Gives her all the flexibility she needs, but they have to be whiteboard tops. That was her #1 request. Same thing with the calming corner that she wants there in the classroom. She chose more of like a seating with storage underneath it as well too. A collaborative group table. Now, opposite of our last instructor, she wants all black and white theme on there. Just straight black and white. The students who know her know that's her vibe. And so I think they'll welcome that into her classroom.
Mr. Dilger, I'm gonna make your heart like pound but crazy.
Go ahead.
But teachers today were talking about whiteboard paint on the cabinets in their classrooms.
If there's not a no to it, that's an easy one on there. So let's look into it. That's easy. All right. Mr. Madrid here. Mr. Madrid found some awesome science tables that he wants installed in his classroom. Each one of these can sit 6 individuals around them. They can stand up, but we're also supplying them with stools that reach that height as well too, to meet that need. He wanted some additional storage. The originator of the whiteboard wall idea, thank you Mr. Madrid, and also because he does so much aerospace engineering and all that great things, some strong aerospace decor to make our students feel fun walking into learning about rocketry. We have Miss Soria on here. Highly mobile seating. She wanted the strong collaboration table that she can move around her classroom as she needs. A lot of rolling storage. She will be doing some arts next year. I don't know how much or anything like that, but she believes she's going to be doing a lot more arts next year. So she wants some portable easels, a whiteboard wall. Now she is also an instructor that's going to bring in something new to the academy. Her and Mr. Ayon. Any of you may be aware of epoxy flooring. These are really high quality. You see at like the car show garages and everything like that. Well, the idea was arts, paint, carpet don't work on there. So let's get rid of the carpet. Let's put epoxy flooring. Our custodial team freaking loves it because it makes them so much easier for them to clean on there. It's a win-win. Teacher doesn't have to be as careful because the carpet. Custodial team has an easier time cleaning. It's gonna look cool on there. Again, black and white theme here, but she wants a color pop in her chair. So we're going to do a little bit of color pop in her chairs as well. Miss Mendez. Now, please notice, and it's not any disrespect to the other ideas here, but these next 2 individuals really took the idea of creativity. So we did a little bit of a 3D rendering for what their classrooms are going to look like. Miss Mendez wanted a modern coffee shop seating feel on there for students to come in. Keep in mind, these are our middle school students here, where they can come in and have a variety of seating to choose from on there. She wants to be able to fit the students' desires and comfortability because they feel as though they'll be able to focus more on her class if they're comfortable on there. So you can see a variety of type seating. You have the coffee bar lounge chairs. Keep in mind they have the pulled over thing so they can put their laptop and work there as necessary. She wanted the maroon, gray, and black coloring, which is very different than the others, but I think it's gonna look sleek. I think our students are gonna like it and want to come to that room. A lot of rolling storage carts there, also a whiteboard wall, and once again, the focus of this is a lot of different collaborative seating on there for her and her students to utilize as they need.
I like they got the logo on there on the wall.
Oh yeah, little things. Miss Collins, I gotta say this is my favorite room on here. She designed this room, the middle standpoint being the U-shaped seating here. Students can sit in the interior of the U-shape. We have high stools and a bar type that goes all around that they can see. We have the coffee shop seating around, and then also collaborative group seating as well. She also wants a whiteboard wall. She has a blue and oak theme, but probably with an accent wall in there as well too, of blue. So really cool, really excited for that piece of furniture to come in and see how our students do with it. Mr. Aon, the originator of the epoxy floors. Mr. Aon, we still can have some budget to spend, sir. On there.
Save it for later.
All right. Mr. Aon is the one who introduced the idea of epoxy floors. Because of his responsibilities within yearbook, photography, and all numerous other things he does for the academy, he needed the ability to have these type of floors. So thank you for introducing that idea. Let's spend the rest of your money though on there. All right. So that is the accumulation of about a year's work of planning. I know I could represent it in about 10 minutes on here, but it really takes a lot of effort by these instructors to go through catalogs of furniture, look at the vendors, us bring the vendors in, pick colors. That was fun on there. But great job to our instructors. So what's next? You've already approved the purchase, so Business Services is going to help purchase that on there. Our facilities team is going to install it, and our teachers use it on there. It's that simple. But there's a reason we're doing this, right? And we've talked about multiple times here. There was a great statement here about using data, right? Well, we should see some positive momentum through our data if these rooms are being as successful as we hope that they are. Our students should give us positive feedback in surveys, which we will do. Our teachers should give us feedback, what's working and not working with the designs on there. New teachers coming in, when we're looking at design your guys' classroom, come in and go sit in Ms. Escobar's. Does this work for me? What does it not work for me on there? That feedback is extremely important. Mr. Riley's done a great job and our instructor's done a great job of increasing our ADA. But if we maybe see an increase of ADA in those classes, maybe it's a sign that our students are wanting to be in that class. And academic results as well. So that's our goal, that's where we've been, that's where we are going to follow up on with data, and let's see if these wonderful ideas create better environments for our students. That's it.
When should they be ready?
By the first day of the first day of school. Okay. Yeah, so not next year. No. But next year, first day of school.
Okay, great.
Well, I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
With the middle school and the high school, how many students per classroom?
We based it off the maximum standard seating allowed within the union contracts on there. So we know that we'll never exceed that again on there. So we based it off of that.
Which is what?
I think it was 36 at the high school level. Yeah.
How much more? I know that originally they said they were gonna do this phase.
Mm-hmm.
What is planned for the next phase?
I lean.
Or when, I should say when is the next phase?
More teachers potentially getting this. We would like to do it this year. I would lean on my superintendent to give me the budget and the green light, but I know she's doing the same PD now as she did it last year that led to this. So I'm ready to rock as soon as you guys give me the green light.
Thank you.
Last year, the teachers voted for the teachers who would get the classrooms. And one of them sadly got married and moved away, but she did have a classroom, so she was sad to leave this remodeled room. the ones that didn't get it last summer are gonna be looking at it this year with, Mr. Dilger and I to plan for the following year. And then the ones currently in the summit, they're gonna vote on Friday for the new crop of teachers to get those. But, yeah, so it just kinda keeps rolling. Because budgeting wise, I believe, Mr. Zillo, yearly, we have the funds within our facilities.
I'll talk about it more when I.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ellen, Barat, do you have any questions on this?
No, thank you.
I'm good. I remember the selection process at the summit last year. Glad to see it getting done.
We're doing it more digitally and on paper this year than all the cardboard, but it's still the same idea. Some good ideas already.
Thank you. Next item is local control and accountability plan presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It is time for our annual local control and accountability plan, affectionately called the LCAP. And I'm trying to be as exciting as Paul was with his wonderful thing on there that he's got going on. But, you know, some people may think it's a little bit more exciting. Teachers probably think it's a little bit less exciting than a teacher. Anyways, so this is our third year. At that last third of the third year, so next year we get to start the whole process again. So you're gonna find in the LCAP that you have, there's not gonna be a whole lot of revisions that are changes that are gonna happen to it. I won't go over the ones that are in there. But you'll see, since it is the third year plan, anything that's been updated, or any progress on the goals that we've had, and there are any revisions to the actions, all the metrics, if there's any adjustable data or fixable data in there, that the data's been updated in that also. And let's see, the LCAP and adopted budget must be aligned and approved at the same time by you. And after we get done and you vote on this, and then Roseanne will come up and she'll do the budget part of this one in a separate presentation. So on the reflections. So in mid-February, I came up here and I did the mid-year LCAP and showed you all kinds of data and that whole, the dashboard and all that wonderful stuff with the CAP scores. This is new stuff that has been adjusted since February. So you see the top, up here for the test scores, the fully qualified teachers, A2G completion, everything that was supposed to have increased has increased. Everything that we would always hope that would decrease has decreased, except for reclassification rates stayed the same. And the suspension rate went down, our chronic absentee rate for non-office teachers, Mr. Riley's department, everyone's doing a great job on that, and our daily attendance rate has increased. We're up to 94.34% on that one. And
quick question on that, is our budget based on 94 or 92? What's our assumption for the budget?
Wait, I didn't hear what you said.
For the daily attendance?
Budget
What do we
assumption for this
assume?
year.
It's 94.
Okay, good.
Budget is a beautiful thing.
It is.
So our YouTube climate, we send this one out at the beginning of the year. I'm actually going to be bringing more in the future time to have it, the student one come a second time. We do a different version of this, the LCAP part that goes out to the staff, the parents, and the students. And then we want to do a third one now for the students to compare on there. But at the beginning of the year, it's a little goofy because like parents, for the safety, there's like, I should do 6, 7, I could do 7, 8, 9, and then he wasn't hungry anymore. There's a whole bunch of different questions that are in there. And then they put them all together and it comes out with that one number. So the parents at the beginning of the year felt that at the elementary school, their child, the safety of the school was at 73, 73 and 64. You see the students, when they got a chance to go with this, third grade on up, I'm sorry, this one was fifth grade on up. The one that we send out goes third grade at the end of the year. And so you see that where the students felt they were, and then the staff, where they felt the safety of their school. And again, it's not just, is it safe? There's multiple questions that go in there, and they piece that all together. Relationships, you see that the parents are talking about the importance of the relationships with the staff. Do the students have relationships with their friends? Do they enjoy coming to school? All that goes into the relationship piece. You can see that. The staff, they have different questions that go to them. Theirs is about the culture of their school. And then you see the engagement of the students, the parents, and the staff on there. That is for how well, again, it kind of pieces in there a little bit. Does the student like coming to school? Do they like going to class? Mr. Dilger just reported you there's going to be 7, 8, 9, whatever classrooms that I get done that the kids are going to miraculously love coming to those classes a little bit more. You see where the students, staff, and parents are scoring there. The response to students in the red, I showed you the dashboard and we showed you the numbers that were in the red. this is a new requirement for us to report out on. And so that the red bands on our dashboard, and that is where we didn't make any growth for the second year. So if you're in the red 10% and you went up 12%, you're not in that, because we went up, even though you're still in the red. So these reds are because we stayed the same in the red, or we got worse in the red. And so our suspension for our long-term English learners, our LTELs, a long-term English learner is a student who is classified as an EL learner for 6 years or more. So it's not gonna be any elementary students, you'd have to be a 6th grade on up. So if you are a 10th grader and you've been in it for 8 years or whatever. So our LTELs and the students at 2 or more races for the suspension rate is the focus that we need to improve on for next year. The chronic absenteeism, we are still in there with all student groups, but you saw our numbers went down. So our hope is that for next year, when the results come out for the dashboard, that will have increased.
Do you remember what absenteeism was before? I know we started a effort to reduce that. What were we at? 11.5% now?
40% was what we were identified at 3 years ago. We reduced that to 18% from 3 years ago to 2 years ago. Now we're looking at about 11, but we'll know the exact number here coming up as we finish the final reports. PADC gives us a really great idea of what that is, and just ADA. So it lets us know what those kind of numbers are going to be looking like.
So you see, thank you, Mr. Riley. If we went from 40% in a few years, I don't see how we cannot get out of that. And maybe there's like one classification for subgroup, but we'll find out when the scores come out. English language arts are LTELs with a one subgroup that did not increase for the second year. And then the math, where English learners, long-term English learners, the students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students are, and we had a major focus on math this year. We had our outside consultant come in, our coach is working on that. The math team has put in a lot of work this year, deconstructing the standards and coming up with their mapping out their year on there. So they've put in a lot of work this year in a lot of areas, but math specifically got a lot of action and help. So these are the things that we've done for identifying our needs. For this new LCAP that's in front of you, I should say updated LCAP, year 3 of 3 years, we will want to talk about the increase in the level of rigor in all the classes. That is something that's kind of started. And we're going to keep going with that for next year. Our ELD strategies, at our last board meeting, you approved that we're going to do Project GLAD strategies. That will be part of our, before school starts, all staff PD. We'll get our teachers trained in that and our instructional teams will get trained in that. Increased modeling and academic vocabulary, that is still the biggest holdup for a lot of our students. They hear these big words and they don't understand what that means. So that'll be our focus. Increased student engagement. Every walkthrough, if you ask any of the principals or vice principals, every walkthrough that we did this year, there was always a focus on student engagement. And we'd come back and we'd talk about it. And the principals would share that data with their staff and they would come up with different ideas and strategies for how they wanted to do that. And we'll continue that next year also. Provide targeted intervention for students in K-8 and a credit recovery program for high school. We're going to keep working on our social, emotional, and behavioral support and the chronically absent students. And the last one over there, keep focusing on the pass rate in our A through G classes. This just shows you all the people that at one point or another, people that got a chance to give some input on what that LCAP looks like, and it's a big document. If you see the page numbers on that. Goal 1, we have 3 goals. Here's our first goal, been the same goal for 3 years. New things that we're gonna stick into the LCAP for this year that we wanna work on. Technology support, adding an additional tech support staff, the cloud service to help our STEAM programs. Coaching support, just talked about adding an ELD support for our teachers. And then credit recovery is where we've already approved this subject as a new credit recovery program.
Gary, can I ask a question on goal 1?
Sure.
for tech support staff, how many tech support staff do we already have?
Right now, we currently have
3,
Three,
and then a manager.
and a minute.
Yes.
And this is in addition to the ones that are in place, correct? Not filling a position.
You 100%? Correct.
Okay. And then goal 2, the new action piece that we want to stick in there, adding professional development, some staff training on unconscious bias, and then LTELs for long-term English learners. We want to do the Project GLAD strategies for all teachers. There's also an additional focus that we want to start with our middle school students, because that is where we have a large number of our LTELs focused on. They haven't gotten out from the elementary support on there. So we want a new thing we want to start for next year. I haven't brought it to you yet. I'm waiting for the contract to come in to see what the total cost is going to be. It's a 4-day pullout for our middle school teachers. And then goal 3, there's not going to be any new changes or actions or metrics to that goal. We're going to keep doing what we've been doing for goal 3. This is another thing that's new that we're required to report on. We have the Learn and Recover Emergency Block Grant, the LREBG, you'll see on Roseanne's report. That's one-time funds, have to spend it, can't count on it, so it's not, you're typically not going to do this for something that eats, because that's a one-time fund. But we want to do it for support of academic learning recovery and staff and people's social well-being on there. And just shows that the deadline is by the 20th, or 2028 to spend that. And here's our, this big fancy word I just told you about, the emergency block grant, how we plan on using it. One would be for, we could use it for summer school. We are doing the teacher summit, summer summit, which we are currently doing. Day 2 is today, day 3 tomorrow. Professional development and coaching with our social treat and end of the day consultants. Continue the credit recovery program and to do the after school. Somebody was up here talking about the after school program. Got all 3 schools that do some sort of version of that now. We can use that one-time money for that. There's your marvelous, excitingly LCAP. There you go. Any questions for me?
So next year, you're going to have a year-long process to begin the 3-year effort again.
It is a long process. We you know, the teachers will do stuff in their staff meetings, PLC time. Classified will get pulled out. They'll get a chance to put in their input. Parents will come in, send out a thing for a special just time for anybody that wants to come in and give that, but we'll also do it with the DLAC, which we did again this year, and our school site council. Administrators will get a chance to do it. Students will also get a chance to put in some input on that too.
Ellen, Farad, any questions?
I'm good on my end.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions either.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anticlimactic.
This one is the next one is a board discussion of a credit recovery policy. So we've been given a draft policy, I guess, for the credit recovery. And so we have, anyone have any questions on this? Ellen, Farad, do you have any questions for the credit recovery policy that's being presented to the board?
None for me.
I need a minute, hold on.
Okay. Would staff
I've
like
got one.
to?
I'd like to make at least one
Yes.
comment. Because this was at the end of the school year, we did not really have a chance to sit down and collaborate with teachers about their thought process on credit recovery. I think it's essential to get their feedback. It is the students that are failing inside of their classes. They're the ones that know the needs of those students. And so that's why it's essentially a draft. I honestly think it needs to come back at the beginning of the school year. Once we have a few more people have a voice in what that looks like and what it should be moving forward. Now, obviously, it's your policy. So it's your final decision on what you want that to look like. But as you continue to hear tonight, those kinds of things, having conversations, being collaborative is essential. And I think it's essential when you're talking about something that impacts students, and it really does impact what happens with teachers. And I think ultimately it impacts what we do long-term as determining how many credits we really let students make up at a time and where we move from that. So there's a much larger discussion than just how do we recover a credit for a student.
So I just pulled up the document that is related to what my question or comment was going to be about. I support the idea of holding the policy until the new school year to get more input from teachers to inform it. I do like the fact, like I mentioned last time, that we're limiting how many credit hours they can recover in each subject area. The question I was going to ask was about the number of alternative units of credit per semester. It seems high to me, but I would want the faculty to weigh in.
I don't think I disagree with that.
I have a question regarding, because it says a maximum of 40 credits may be earned by alternate means, including the Academy summer school programs it offered for advancement. Is that the number of credits they can earn within a summer's period of time?
No, that would be total. It would be 40, and 40's
total in a year, total in the 4 years.
Whatever.
Yeah, I believe total is for the length of the entire time. That's a lot.
So that should drive behavior changes if students know that they can't rely on that to just skip all the work and quickly make up all the classes over the summer.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, when you think about it this way, it is 8 separate semesters of a class. So there's an opportunity for a student if they fail a course. There's really eight semester opportunities for makeup. And that is a relatively high number, but I also think it's a pretty fair number.
What about an academy student may earn up to 30 alternative units of credit per semester?
That's what seems too high to me.
Like one says 40 and then the other one says 30 per semester.
Per class, right?
Per class, but for what's a full load of classes is 30 is a full load of classes for a semester?
Yeah, per semester, yes.
So this is basically
16
double the
year,
workload.
correct?
Yeah.
Math.
So this would be double the workload.
But again, like I said, I think the numbers need to be talked about, and I think they need to be adjusted. And again, I think teacher input and counselor input is really important to determine what that number looks like as a maximum per semester, maximum per year, and maximum total.
I think too, when you say teachers, you're referring to teachers overall on campus, not only the credit recovery teachers, correct?
Absolutely, it should be a team typically of, department representation, I think is essential for it.
Yes, that's, I mean, I agree, I think overall teacher input.
Yeah, not just the credit
needs,
recovery
but
folks, yes.
to me is looking at what is the minimum we can do, not the maximum, what is I'm like, so that we don't, 40 credits to me is a lot. 30 credits a semester, because it says per semester.
Yeah,
So
it's essentially 3 classes or 4 classes when you look at it that way.
That's a lot.
Semesters worth of classes.
Yeah.
I think you're saying, Nardi, that you do want a maximum, you just want the maximum to be lower.
Yes, Ellen, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying too.
That they
But I would defer to the teachers who have the most relevant expertise.
100%, yes. So can we say that this can be brought to us the first meeting before school starts? The first, the meeting right before school starts, the board meeting. Oh, well, you need teacher input.
I was gonna
So
say,
it's gonna have to be.
the first meeting in September is probably doable.
Okay. And then by that time, the new one that we approved, the recovery program.
Subject, yes.
Will be in place,
It'll be implemented by the first day of, I think it's supposed to be done by the first day of school, and we're already setting teachers up for training
Okay.
for it.
Okay, so we should expect first meeting in September.
Yeah, because I believe we've assigned there's credit recovery teachers assigned, so yeah, we should have people trained and in those things already starting to do the work.
And when it's brought back to us, can we be informed of maybe, not which teachers, we don't need to know exactly their names or anything, but which departments, which areas in this, of the campus
Yeah,
they provided
Yeah.
input on this?
that's easy.
Okay, that would be good, thank you.
But that input will be on this year's students? I mean, you said that the teachers can speak as to what they need, but that's for,
And I don't think when you're talking about credit recovery, our teachers have a myriad of experiences with students and what's happening inside of their classes today. And I don't think it's a brand new trend. I think it's been happening for a while. And they have an idea of why it's happening, which I think it allows them to actually give some pointed feedback and feedback that would be essential to determining really how many credits should it be. Because right now there seems to be some motivation to not work hard during their classes and then jam through a credit recovery and just recover the credit. And if we make it a little more standardized for everyone, going, this is the number you can get, there's a little more motivation for you to show up on time, every day, in class, engaged in what's going on, in order for you to be able to be successful. And like I said, there are other conversations that have to come into this, I think. What happens when they've gotten to that maximum level and what's next? And also, I think that probably involves, talking to, attorneys that know about charter schools and what alternatives we can offer at that point. But I think right now, we need to look at what does that look like for us? How many credits are we saying is the maximum? Allowing the teachers to have a little bit of a conversation with students going, this is it, this is the max number that you can have, and this is, I need you to be here and ready to go every single day.
Okay. Any further questions? If there are no further questions on this item, we do not need to approve anything, we'll just move it forward for that date.
Okay.
Moving on to new business, and our first item is the recommendation to approve the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP. I believe we've already had our presentation. We
Ready for a motion?
are.
Move to approve the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Second. Motion to, approve this item. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, item approved.
Thank you.
We are going to move up the items H and I, because I know the budget may take a little bit longer, so we wanna accommodate if anyone from these items would like to leave early. So we're gonna move to item H, recommendation to approve the certificated summer school MOU. And who will be presenting on this item?
That would be me. Every year we have to have an MOU for summer school. It is for everything that kind of falls outside of the contract. We have presented that to TPAA. That has been signed by myself, or Ms. Lynch, Mr. Ramirez, the representative from PETA, and from Ms. Carver, who's the representative from PATA. And it tells us how we're hiring, amount of time it's going to be, staffing that's required. So just the kind of basics when it comes to how to run a summer school and how we staff it.
Okay, I have a question. I know the one that was attached to the agenda was not signed, but it was signed after the fact? It's been signed?
Yeah, we have the signed version of it. I don't know.
That's probably just the
I think it wasn't.
Yeah, it was I don't know where the unsigned one was there, but yeah, it is signed.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay, so, any
Yes.
questions on this item from the board? Ellen and Farad?
No, thank you.
No? Okay.
Yeah, not for me.
Any questions? No? Call for the motion.
Make a motion to recommend to approve certified summer school MOU.
Second?
Call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, item approved. Next item, recommendation to approve the classified summer school MOU.
Very similar process as my colleague just described, but with our classified union. Worked directly with Kira, who is here. She has formally signed the document as well. It mirrors very closely to what we did the previous year as well too, and establishes staffing norms and needs for our summer school programming.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this item?
No.
Call for the motion.
Make a motion to recommend the approval of a classified summer school MOU.
I second.
Second. Okay, call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I'm an aye. Okay, item approved. Moving on to recommendation to approve the fiscal year 2026-27 budget.
Here's the fun stuff.
All right, so I was thinking like we need a seventh inning stretch, you know?
We probably do.
Because this is the most
Would
exciting.
anybody like to take a quick break before we move on
I
to this
don't,
item?
I do not mind, because
Okay,
it's numbers
let's do-
and,
We'll take like a 5
You went from being first today to last.
yeah, that's right, yeah.
We gotta take a 5-minute break.
And I always think Mr. Knowles, like, a fun presentation. One time I did a budget and I tried to put bells and whistles in it, so.
the meeting back to order. It's 8:18 and we are on the recommendation to approve the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget.
All right, good evening, Board, Cabinet. This evening I'll be presenting the 26-27 adoption budget along with the 25-26 estimated actuals. So, start with the budget process, which you always look at, and right now we're in June, July. The first one, number one, adoption of the state budget. And I just want to mention that the governor did his May revise. As a reminder, in January he presents next year's budget, 26-27. He does a May revise and presents his plan to the state legislature. They have until June 30th to approve it. So we are presenting this before they actually approve it. So they may make changes to what the governor is proposing. And so we'll present it. And then as you're aware, if there are major changes, then we have 45, they do what's called a 45-day revise. And we do that 30 days after, or 45 days after the legislature or the governor actually signs the budget. And then also you'll find in July we have things like trailer bill language clarified and things like that. So estimated actuals, and when I do the estimated actuals, it's based on the information I know at the time. And as we all know, things are dynamic and they can change. So I'm missing a line. Estimated actuals revenue. So we compare it to second interim. At second interim, and why does it change when we get to estimated actuals? Federal revenue, pretty much federal revenue and other state revenue are the same, where we have a reduction of what we expected to spend in expenses, and our expenses must equal our revenue, so we reduce it so that they equal. The other local revenues, number 4, the main reason that has been reduced is because the interest is being reduced. So with interest rates coming down dramatically from last year of what we were earning on our money, under 5% this year, and with our cash flow coming down, we're projecting less interest. Expenditures. So the changes in expenditures, the biggest change on certificated, the reason it's being reduced is what I originally budgeted at the beginning of the year for subs looks like it'll be less towards the end of the year, which is great. That means there's more teachers, we're more full, we have full staffing, teachers are here, so we're not using subs as much. The other big number is books and supplies, and again, books and supplies, especially in our supplemental and concentration grant, we propose how much we're going to spend, and we don't always spend it. There'll probably be more that comes in. Maybe there's not a requisition in there or something. And the same thing for services, number 5. Those are all your contracts. And so we assume we're going to spend all of it by the end of the year, and we don't always spend all of it by the end of the year.
I have a question. On the first page, you said I'm missing a line. What was the line you were?
Just the black line at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. I thought you missed something.
This one.
I like symmetry. There's no symmetry there. All right. So net position, this is what we're always looking at, right? I found out I have a pointer here. So you have your net increase, decrease is basically all the money that comes in and all the money that goes out and where you're going to end the year. And you always want to be positive. You don't want to be negative because that would be deficit spending. You take where you're starting the year, and all of these items here are items that we consider components of ending net position. So we have things like restricted fund balance, which are all your restricted money you're not going to spend at year end, your 12.5% reserve, that is a board policy. You also have this item right here, which I'll talk to more about when we get into next year's budget, and the amount we need to make sure we have for the bond covenant. So this is all positive down here, and you can see estimated actuals. It looks like there might be a more of an increase than we said at second interim, but again, all the expenses, I hope I have them all. I mean, you can't say hope, right? You know that you have everything in there, what the information you have at the moment when you prepare the information. So the bond covenants. Everybody is aware of the bond covenants, and based on estimated actuals, we will pass all of our bond covenants. I would like whoops, I would like to, look at this 1.26. The 1.26, because we only have, to be able to get down to 1.20, and as a reminder, it's 1.20 is net income available we need for debt service. So whatever our debt service is, the 5.4 million times 1.2 is what we have to make sure we have so that the bondholders know we can pay our bond payments. So the 1.26, I like that we have a cushion at the end of the year for a couple reasons. Like I said a few moments ago, we may have expenses that come in at the last minute that we're not aware of, or big items coming in. There shouldn't be too many. And the other thing is when you close your books in, as we start closing the books through July and August, there may be items that come up that we're not aware of, or something's on the balance sheet that's supposed to be here, or this account goes in this account. So it's good to have the cushion in case we do have more expenses and our revenue will be adjusted. Any questions on the bond covenants? So then,
our projection in out years, how is it for the bond? We look out years.
well, we will.
Wanna get to it?
Yeah, yes. So our budget assumptions. So budget assumptions, I tried to do a little bit different so we can really see the main drivers in our budget. It's our revenue that drives our budget. And what are the main drivers? First one is student enrollment. We're funded on ADA, so that's really important. So when you look at our enrollment, you can see starting in 2023, and we have this slow increase, and really we're always full in the bottom grades, and starting in about 24, 25, you can see we're starting to fill up in the upper grades. So when 9th grade goes to 10th grade, 10th grade goes to 11th grade. So I work really closely with Maddie and Mr. Riley, and what do we think that the enrollment is going to look like? So right now this is our best guess for enrollment for future years. Justin, you had asked earlier, what is the percentage that I use? So I actually look at ADA by grade level, or by grade span actually, because every grade span, as you can imagine, have a different ADA, especially it's like those high schools a little different than middle school and that. So I used the trend line of 94%. You can see down here it was lower, and then we slowly increased it. So hopefully with attendance recovery, and now that Mr. Riley is perfecting the system and everything, we'll be higher next year. We had originally thought about 95%, but it did come out at P2 at 94%. The other piece we're funded on in our LCFF funding is our unduplicated student population. And as a reminder, unduplicated student population are socioeconomic disadvantaged English learners and foster home children. So what they do is we take our enrollment. And you can see, I wanted just to show this outlier year here in 22, 23, before most of us were here. And whenever the data was collected, you can see that there is this big change right here. Well, what that does is we are funded on an average of 3 years. So in this year, however the data was compiled, we're only at 58.6%. And you can see how even though the 3-year average had been 75, you have this one number here and it drops it down this year and this year. And this is what we get funded on for a supplemental concentration grant, which is really the bulk of what the LCAP is. It's money used to improve services and programs to support the students who need it the most.
So and that impacted, so we're getting less because that first year?
Yes, because it's 3-year average, yes. Yeah. And you can see when you get back out here to 25, 26, that low number drops off, so we get back to unduplicated. You can see that there is like a slight drop in the percentages, and it's because the numbers can be tough compared to enrollment. So that's our unduplicated count. So when you take the California cost of living COLA, which we're going to look at in a minute, you look at your grade spans, okay, because our ADA is broken down by grade span, so each grade span has a different dollar value set by the state, and our unduplicated count percentage, you put it into the whole calculation and you get your entitlement. So those are our big pieces. And other assumptions I look at, and I will go into more detail, are we're gonna look at the COLA, the augmented COLA, which the governor is proposing, special education base rate increase, which is actually really a positive thing, additional funding for Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. They took funding away from us a couple of years ago, so they're going to add that back. And another discretionary grant. If you'll remember, we received a discretionary grant this year. So this slide comes from school services, and here's your 2.87%. The statutory COLA is in Ed Code, and there's a mathematical calculation with three different, metrics that they use to build the COLA. So that 2.87% COLA. Now remember, the state does not need to actually fund the COLA, but this is what they're proposing for the COLA. There's this other additional 1.44% additional LCFF investment, and it's only on the LCFF, not any of the other state programs. The main reason behind it is there is a paid pregnancy disability leave of paying employees for 14 weeks. And so that's a big expense. And so that's really the intention behind the additional COLA for that. And any other issues? The discretionary block grants we kind of talked about, the learning recovery and the special education, which I'll get to in the next slide.
So Roseanne,
yes,
very quickly, the 2.87 COLA is the 1.44 is in addition to the 2.87, or is it in
yes,
the 2.87?
The 2.87 is what everybody is entitled to. We don't have to it doesn't have to be given to the school districts, but it is what Ed Code says our COLA is.
Got it.
So our COLA is 2.87. Okay. The state doesn't have to always fund it.
But it includes that 1.44?
No, it's in addition. So in the budget is at 2.87% COLA. In the budget is at 1.44% augmented COLA. What I did not do in this budget, but I'd like to do before first interim, is when they pass that 14-week pregnancy disability at full pay, I need to go back and I need to look at what is the projection, like what do we average every year for people who are out or employees who are out, and what will it cost us? So I definitely need to do that, and I'd like to bring that back in July because I think we really need to look at that number. Special education base rate. This is actually exciting because I've been doing this for so many years, and special education, the federal government, for years, they're supposed to pay you dollar for dollar. You only receive about 40 cents on the dollar from the federal government to support special education. And years ago, the state was able to provide more funding than they have in the past years, because as you know, with special education, the cases have gone up and the funding has gone down. The identifications have gone up. So, and then there was not equity across all the districts of who was getting what. So this is actually in the budget, in the governor's budget, and the legislature, I think, is going to approve it. So we're going from $936 to $1,340 per ADA. So that brings us up to an additional $880,000 in the budget based on what we're using for ADA right now. And what that also does, which is great, is it lowers our contribution because, as you know, special education is not fully funded under AB 602 money, this money, or the federal money, so we contribute from the LCFF. So it actually did come down $595,000, which is great. So happy about that. I'll make sure I didn't miss anything in the notes. I usually keep it all up here, but there was a lot this time. So when we take all this together, we get to our adoption budget multi-year projections. And what I did not put in here is, Mr. Knowles, you were asking, you saw the 2303 and the 94%, I just didn't put them. I guess it was there, it was just a different format. So when we do the adoption budget, just so you know, the adoption budget is heavily tied to the LCAP. And Ed Services and Mr. Schatz, He meets with all the partners, all the principals, everybody who supports the LCAP. He puts all this program together in this huge document, and then I come in and say, well, how much is this gonna all cost? And do we have the money to fund it? So then I build the budget from the LCAP, and we do have to match, because when it goes to the county, we have to show that we can support the LCAP. And then I take all the other assumptions you've seen for revenue, take everybody's salaries, step them up, do all of those calculations. So when we do the revenues, it kind of makes sense. LCFF increasing every year because COLA is projected to go up every year. Our enrollment's supposed to go up every year, so our numbers are going up. Federal revenue, we stay static because we never know if we're going to get an increase with them. Other state revenue and other local revenue. So it's doing which is a good thing. And for those of you who probably already know this, in the state as a whole, enrollment is declining. And it's declining dramatically. And school districts are really struggling with declining enrollment, trying to balance a budget, trying to keep teachers employed, trying not to close schools. So it's really a testament that you can see our enrollment is going up at really great. Expenditures, as you would expect, salaries go up, everything goes up a little bit. And so that I don't have anything really abnormal to talk about on this slide. A net position, we want to have a positive net position. We want to have positive excess revenue minus expenses. And as I always say, a multi-year projection is just a guide. It's not what's going to happen. It's not for sure. It's just a guide to look at, because all the information I have in here will change next week. It'll change when school starts. It will change. So this is a guide to show that we are financially stable, and that's what the county wants to see. Are we not deficit spending? Do we have cash flow, and what our multi-year projection is? What I do want to talk about down here is this deferred maintenance. So historically, several years ago, Mr. Dillinger had a, what is it called?
Independent facility audit.
Independent facility audit. And so from that, the board approved setting money aside for that. That has not been replenished, and as you can see, we've been paying it down because that's what we used to pay for the roofing. And so when I come back in at first interim, and I spent some time with Mr. Dillinger, and I think when is the next audit? When is the next one due? It's coming up a couple of years, right?
Yeah, 2 years from now.
2 years from now, but until then, I think we should kind of what the districts do and what any reasonable business would do. What do we need for deferred maintenance? And I think we should bump that back up a little bit more, especially because we have the asphalt coming up, and right now, it's more than $3.2 million to do the asphalt. So that would deplete it, and that's supposed to be for all the major equipment items that are already in the report.
Sorry, how much was that line item when we first created it? Do you remember? 5.5 million?
Yeah, it was like 5.6 on there because it was inclusive of the roof and the asphalt.
And that was in combination with the bond. Because of the bond, we're obligated to take $120,000 a year and put it just at Zion's Bank, and it sits there and earns interest. So we do have that. It's up to $1 million now, but we don't want to deplete that because that's a good reserve to have in case of an emergency with the HVAC system or something like that. Earthquake, who knows? So I do think we should come up with...
Is that bond required fund balance?
So the bond required fund balance down here is one of the covenants, which I'll get to on the next slide, is the fixed asset, and we have to have a minimum of 5%. So I like to put that in there to say at a minimum, if we spend everything, we still need to have that amount of money. The other thing is this $15 million down here, and you're looking at the adoption budget. When Mr. Dillinger was presenting the classrooms, and we're wondering where are we getting that money from, it's going to be coming out of the reserve, because we can, as we've had this conversation before, and as you know, every time I present to Palmdale School District, the only question I get is, when are you gonna spend this money down? When are you gonna spend this money down? And as you know, we're handcuffed to spend it because of the covenants. Because the covenants are only the current year revenue minus expenses. So if I take expenses from prior year, that means our expenses will be higher than our revenue, even though we have the cash and we have the fund balance, but they don't care. So we'll be using this money, like I said, for the classrooms, and we will have enough to continue it. And Mr. Dillinger, when they told me they were gonna do this classroom thing, I had probably the same reaction as you. What? No standardization? Like your heart's palpitating. But that's the beauty of having a charter school, is you have the ability to do that. You can't do that at a big district. You have too many classrooms, you have to keep it standardized. So that's kind of really exciting to be part of that. So when we get to the covenants, and I'm looking for 26, 27 covenants, and at this time, we're at 1.29. And again, it's only a projection. Things will change by the time we start the year, by the time we find, adding a staffing, maybe we need a teacher here or something like, we don't know what's gonna happen, we can just predict it. One thing about the covenants also is that at the July 28th board meeting, I'll be bringing resolutions and have our bond consultants here, because we are going to start the process for bond refunding. And my goals with the bond refunding is not just to have additional cash to help with the asphalt and stuff like that, but also to change our bond covenants. Because what I would like to do, what I've had conversations with him about, is possibly reduce our 1.2 to 1.1 times. But the other one is, because we can't use one-time money, and one of the issues we're getting into is with our supplemental concentration grant. Supplemental concentration grant, even though it's for unduplicated can't say all these words tonight, unduplicated count population, is really unrestricted amount. And about 3 years ago, the state legislature said you can no longer, the money you don't spend, you used to be able to push back in just to unrestricted, but you can no longer do that. And there's a formula calculation, so when you finish your LCAP at the end of the year, and I put all the numbers in, it says, oh, you didn't spend $2 million. You have to spend it next year. So then we have to go back, go through the LCAP, revise it, infuse $2 million more in program, support staff, whatever it is. But that would make you not meet your covenant because you're going to spend it. So what I'm working with them on is that we would add this additional covenant that we have the ability to use one-time money, as long as it doesn't affect our cash too much, to be able to spend it down. Like add it back, like we spent it, this is one-time money we're spending. Or things like textbook adoption, we have $1 million in unrestricted lottery. When we do the textbook adoption, that's another thing that's going to affect it. So those are all the things we're looking at. And I go out to 27, 28, I even got 28, 29 just to make sure. And they all look good, and you can see right here for 27, 28, it says 1.21. But again, that's just a projection, because by 27, 28, we have no idea what COLA's gonna be, what inflation's gonna be, or anything like that. Questions?
I think we need to refund how we refund that maintenance. We need to get that back up.
Yeah, at the district level, they actually, in Ed Code, they have to contribute 3% of all their expenses every year into deferred maintenance. And then what they don't spend down out of that, it carries over, so you have to do that contribution. So I was gonna look at some model like that, because that's recommended for all the research that they do.
Roseanne, on the assumptions of special interest, can you just elaborate just a bit on what falls under Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and then student support and professional development? Like what can be done with that?
So, it might be back here. So the it doesn't say here, okay. In the LCAP, you have a section that says Learning Recovery Block Grant. Do you have your presentation?
And you want that slide up that had it on there?
I don't know how to put that slide up. I'm just gonna give you the,
She wants your slide presentation.
slide. Cause it'll give you a Learning Recovery Block Grant came out right after COVID about 3 years ago. And it was for learning recovery, like that's what we're using for, if you notice, one of the things we put on there was credit recovery. So all the stuff having to do with credit recovery, and the actual, real, pretty much formal definition of it is, one-time funds to everybody, support academic learning recovery and staff and pupil social and emotional well-being. So we have a couple $1 million, we have 3 years to spend it. And when the governor approved the original amount we got per ADD 21-22, ADD is what it was based on, and we got it 22-23. And the next year, after they told us what we were gonna get, they said, oh no, just joking, we need some of that money, so they pulled it back. So this year, in 25, 26, and next year, they're giving us back what they had taken from us. So that's what that is used for. And I work with the executive cabinet on programs and ideas of how to spend it, and then we broaden it out because it has to be very specific how you spend it.
And that's the 397?
Correct.
So that's like a one-time
Correct.
at this point?
Correct. And now the discretionary block grant that's the official, that long title, because I don't know why the state likes to give you titles that are this long that nobody can remember. And what it is a discretionary grant, meaning it's discretionary to spend it how you would like to spend it. It's never recommended to spend one-time money on anything facilities related, not facilities, I'm sorry, anything on, I was thinking facilities in my head because you won't want to spend those, but anything that eats like a higher person is going to be here for perpetuity, because once the grant goes away, we don't have that money. But it's level of flexibility and subject to negotiation. So right now it's a discretionary grant. They'll tell you it's for professional development, to use it for math supports, items like that.
Okay. For the students, or does that include like trainings for the teachers and
Anything,
stuff?
anything it's discretionary, so technically it can be used for anything. And the state comes down and says, we recommend that you use it for this, and I can see it in my head, there's like 6 different circles of what they recommend, especially I think part of behind this is these districts that have declining enrollment and they're really hurting, and it's discretionary money that they can use for other things that they don't have to. It's usually they'll use it for people, but lots of trainings, things like that.
And that has to be used within the school year that's coming?
No.
Or are you able to extend it?
It won't be in one school year. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Sometimes they don't set a time frame on discretionary money. They just give you the money and you have to spend it. And then there are times you think you don't have a time frame, and then they go, oh, just joking. You do have a time frame. Here's a report you have to file. It needs to be spent by such and such a date. So once the legislature, if they approve it, then we'll have to wait for the trailer bill language to come out in July to really tell us how long we have to spend it.
And exactly on what, right?
Yes, and if it's discretionary, it will be, the discretionary money we have this year, that's what we use for the off-schedule.
Got it.
So that's where we're able to do that, because we had that $665,000 of this exact same grant, discretionary block grant.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions on this item? Ellen, Farad?
No, thanks.
Okay.
I'm good.
You can move for the motion.
Make a motion to recommend to approve. Approve the fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget.
I second.
Okay. Call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Okay, item approved. Thank you for that presentation.
You made it to the end.
Okay, we are moving on to our closed session. Okay, moving on to closed session. We are adjourning to closed session at 8:04 p.m.
Is there a separate link for that? I don't know that I got that.
Ms. McIsaac, it will be the same link.
It's calling for.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Calling sorry, I was moving on. Calling for any public comments on closed session. None. Okay, moving on to closed session, adjourning at 8:47.